very much a runs feast, I fancy.
So there, after big ball at Glentown, thinking that it's a good batting track. Let's now go out to the middle and join Greg Chappell and find out what the captains think about it.
Ramesh, you've won the toss. What are you doing?
We're batting.
You'd be looking for a slightly different result from the quarter-final at Bangalore of the World Cup, eh?
Yes, I thought that was a game we would like to forget as quickly as possible, and this probably is the right way to really to, forget about that game.
Okay. And who's 12th man today?
I think it's Mohammad Basim.
Okay,
Yeah.
good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, make it a good game. Sachin, all the best.
Thank you
So it's
very
going to be a
much.
very noisy day here, eh?
I know, it has always been noisy when it comes to India-Pakistan, and hopefully it stays the same till the end of the game.
Okay, this is normally a very good batting wicket. What sort of score are you expecting?
No, I think 260 plus I think would be a good target on this track, because this track never breaks up, so I think if they score big runs, I think we should be able to do that.
You feeling confident?
Definitely, I mean, we had planned accordingly, and it's going to, most probably we'll try and make it happen according to our plans.
Okay, good luck today. Make it a good game. Thank you. Ramesh Raja has won the toss, and Pakistan will bat first.
So the Pakistan team for today, the same as the one that played in the last game against Sri Lanka, in the game that Pakistan beat Sri Lanka to stay alive in this tournament. The players to watch out for today's game: Saeed Anwar, he's a fantastic player. Shahid Afridi is the man to watch. It's the first time he's going to be playing against India, and at the age of 17, he is a tremendous prospect. Otherwise, plenty of experience in that batting lineup for Pakistan: Salim Malik, Ijaz Ahmed, Inzamam ul Haq, and a lot of bowling too in Aqib Javed, Satlain Mushtaq, and Nazir Hussain for India. And join Greg Chappell and Asif Iqbal.
Thank you, Ravi. And what an atmosphere it is here today in Chennai. Magnificent stadium. Very, very good conditions. Quite warm out in the middle. The players are going to notice it, particularly in the first few hours of play. Maybe it'll be a little bit more pleasant once the sun goes down. I think it's going to be warm all the way through. Asif, traditional rivals, India and Pakistan. This is a big game for both countries.
Yes, it is. And what a compliment to Chennai. The most important game of the tournament being presented to them to stage it, and I'm sure the crowd will enjoy it.
First ball of the game, and Pakistan are away. First run always important. So Venkatesh Prasad opening the bowling for India. Had some wonderful success in recent times. Some fine conditions out there, very much in favour of batting. So from a bowling point of view, the Indian lineup will be wanting to bowl as accurately as they can. They won't want to give this man any room. He likes to play his shots. 31 matches already at the age of 17. Highest score of 102 against Sri Lanka.
There's no dearth of talent there. Both the teams having tremendous talent, and I think one of the things which is going to decide the outcome of this match is the nerves. Whichever team holds its nerve is going to come out trumps.
Very much online now. Prasad knows exactly what he's got to do. Side, but he's going to get better and better the longer he bowls at this level. Very much online and some movement.
Yes, and I think I'm sure Sachin Tendulkar has already told his batsmen as to what line to bowl to Afridi, because they all know that he's a very good hitter of the ball, and against Sri Lanka he showed Chamanda Vaz and Sanjeeva De Silva how hard a hitter he is. He is at present world record holder of one-day international fastest century, and that's his career strike. That is tremendous. Anyone above 70, 75, 80 is very good.
It's a good start for the Indians here.
Gifted player.
Online again, but just a bit too high. That won't stop the crowd from appealing. They go through for the single. That'll be a leg by.
I think both these batsmen, it's not just the batsmen, but also the bowlers and the fielders. I think one needs to give them a little bit of time. to settle down, and obviously the batsmen, both Saeed Anwar and here we'll see Prasad beating Saeed, and obviously at the moment what the Indians are trying to do is to cramp the batsmen, not give any room to them, and in particular I think that's the tactics they will use for Afridi.
Down the ground, doesn't mind hitting the ball in the air at any stage of the innings. Just a couple of bounces into the boundary, so from being a very good start by Prasad, the last delivery just relaxes the...
And is looking for these two to give a similar start.
Again, straight on line. You can't afford to bowl any loose balls. You've got to be ready to bowl as soon as the ball's put in your hand in these games.
But I think from India's point of view, it's also important that not just containment in the first 50 overs, but try and pick up a couple of wickets as well.
Kuruvilla is on line. He's got the length pretty right, keeping the pressure on. Afridi, you can feel the tension out there. The Indians know, the Indian bowlers particularly know that they can't afford to be over-pitching or under-pitching. There's not much margin for error. Afridi on this sort of wicket will be able to hit through the line and take full toll. So the tension is there. You can feel it in the atmosphere. The crowd are on their toes. The fielders are nervous. The batsmen are tense. And the bowlers are under pressure. Down the wicket, he's hit it in the air. This will be out. Mid-on. He's got him. The first wicket falls, and that's a good breakthrough for India.
That certainly is. You can see the jubilation not only of the crowd but of the spectators, but of the fielders as well. And certainly I think this is not what Pakistan had wanted. Afridi bitterly disappointed, but I think India needed this wicket badly because they knew that this is one player who can take the game away from them. And there it is, Kuruvilla not giving enough room, but Afridi trying to create the shot and slicing that ball going high, and in fact it's a very good catch in the end because the ball stayed in the air for a very long time, and in the end it's a very good catch. 8 for 1, and a very good catch there because that ball was in the air for a long time. Afridi having a mighty hit, not getting it in the middle, it was at the lower half of the bat, and the moment he hit it he knew that it hasn't gone to where he was hoping for, and there we'll see Ganguly. A very good catch in the end.
Prasad on line, pitching around about leg stump. The crowd appeals, but nothing from the middle. So there's a lot of noise out there. It's very difficult to concentrate. So you see Ganguly there taking that catch. It was really well judged. The ball did stay in the air a long time. It tends to drift around. Whether there's any breeze there or not, the ball will always drift around, particularly in the hot weather. Never easy to judge those high catches. Venkatesh Prasad, senior member of this bowling attack, but as he said, more prone to be hit about.
And that was a good shot by Saeed. He kept the ball on the ground, although it wasn't right up to him. He played it on the up, and a little bit of mix-up there by these two batsmen, and it's just nerves, nothing else, because they do realize that it's important that they stay on the wicket. And what a difference it makes when you get a wicket earlier on. There it is, the first wicket going on, and as we saw in the match in Mumbai when India lost 2 early wickets, and then yesterday when at Hyderabad when Sri Lankans lost Jayasuriya and Aravinda, that puts brakes, and that is a very good catch in the end. And obviously losing early wickets put pressure on the batting side.
Just a little bit of bounce there. Both opening bowlers quite tall. They come down from a long way, so the bounce is going to be there against bowler, but he's done a very good job for India in recent times. On line again, the ball's in the air, but it's cleared mid-on. Again, they're racing away to the boundary. They only have to beat the infield on these grounds, and the ball fairly races away.
Well, as we are saying, when Afridi is no more in the centre, Ramiz Raja is the one who's going to take the one and give Saeed Anwar as much strike as possible. And Saeed, without being a pinch hitter, he doesn't need to, he doesn't have to, because he's such a good striker of the ball, and he is a tremendous batsman, there's no doubt about it. They have lost Shahid Afridi.
Slashes through the offside, too much width. Prasad under pressure. There's already been some field changes forced upon him. 19 for 1.
But since he's taken over the captaincy, not only he's playing well, but he's conducting the whole tour so well. He's a true ambassador for the team. And it's good to hear him when he talks about participation in this tournament, how good the team feels in contributing to these celebrations.
Full toss, Vaughan, slower one, just dropping into the block hole. Very, very good Yorker. Just the one extra, 22 for 1 after 4. Again, the ball's worked into the gap. The outfield's quick enough for them to take 2. So Prasad is having trouble just getting the ball in the right spot. His line is okay. It's more his length. His captain had a word to him between overs. He knows what he's got to do, but sometimes it's harder to do than just knowing about it.
Yes, that was interesting. After the end of the last over, Sachin Tendulkar walked up to Prasad and had a word with his senior bowler. And obviously he must be a bit concerned because Prasad is the one who's supposed to be more accurate, and he's the one who's supposed to keep the batsman calm. But he is being expensive. Once again, Ramesh Raja finding the gap, and scores are flowing from his end, something which I'm sure Sachin is aware of and very much would like. Making sure that any opportunity that's been given to him by these two Indian bowlers is making full use of it, and in spite of losing that wicket, they're still keeping on around 6 and over.
It's a great start by Pakistan. Pressure well and truly on the Indian bowlers and the Indian fielders. Ganguly we saw take the catch, and a very good catch it was earlier. Just a little bit of uneven bounce there, just putting him under pressure. And the expectations of a big crowd here also putting him under pressure. You can see the tension. Sachin Tendulkar just... Again, Anwar gives it the full flow of the bat, this time straight to the field. He just held back on that shot. He was into it before realising that it wasn't quite as full as he was wanting. Turavilla feeling the heat out there as well. Very hot day. I hope he hasn't hurt himself.
Yes, it's a very hot day, but I think not only just the bowlers and the fielders, the batsmen are also feeling that, and it's going to be very important for everybody in the middle there to take some liquid as and when possible without disturbing the rhythm of the game, and that is very important.
Get the feeling that he may have an upset stomach just from some of the signals from the field for the dressing room. Working the ball away. There's a fielder down on the boundary. 31 for 1. Ganguly just having some leg problems. Repair job on the boundary. Drinks going out to the batsman during the break there. Everybody in the middle feeling the heat. Saeed Anwar on 18. Ramesh Raja giving him good support with 7. Afridi out. Ganguly the fielder. Turavilla the bowler. Out for 5. The second over of the innings. Again, the flashing blade.
Straight to the fielder, but that ball was shot, and once again Sachin Tendulkar going and talking to his bowler, and I'm sure he's just trying to calm his nerves down, because we all know how good a bowler Prasad is, and Saeed Anwar bitterly disappointed for not picking up runs from that delivery. So far this series, although he only got 17 in the first match against New Zealand, there was a good partnership between him and Shahid Afridi, in which Afridi got 50 odd in 28 deliveries. There it is, the captain in a serious discussion with the bowler, and I'm sure both of them are agreeing that at the moment Prasad is not delivering the goods as is expected of him.
It's always hard, isn't it, Asif, as captain? You don't want to put too much pressure on your bowlers. They know what to do. But from time to time it helps to settle them down.
That's right, and I'm sure that one of the things Sachin is talking or telling Prasad is to just relax a bit and take it easy, because I think it's tension more than anything else when you're playing in front of such a huge crowd with expectations, great expectations, and obviously being a local, he is expected to do well, and Sachin Tendulkar is, I'm sure, trying to calm his nerves.
Well, again, the flashing blade, that's gone all the way. Timing and placement, unbelievable hit. So Prasad is under pressure.
That was a remarkable shot, and it went very high, but it also went very far. That was on the leg stump, something which I'm sure Sachin has asked him not to do. That ball wasn't really right up to him. It wasn't really a half volley sort of delivery, but Saeed Anwar, such a great timer of the ball going very high and very far.
Flashing blade again on the offside. The fielder at third man will have to move quickly. Get the foot to it. The pressure is on the Indian bowler here. Prasad is feeling it. Saeed Anwar is aware of it. He's trying to increase that pressure. He knows he's got him worried. He's trying to just work on that. The psychological advantage is his, and he's going to make the most of it.
Yes, and such a good player on both sides of the wicket. There the ball, being given the width to play that shot. Beautiful shot once again, and Caravella did exceptionally well to prevent that ball from crossing the boundary line, saving 2 runs for his team.
It's a single. And the run's still flowing in the 7th over. Score of 40. And right up around 6 runs per over. It's a very good rate. If they can sustain that through the innings, then you're looking at a fairly sizable total, but history tells you that that doesn't always happen. You've only got to lose a wicket or 2, it can change the whole flow of the game, and from appearing like being a chance of scoring 300, it's amazing how often teams come back and struggle to score 250. The heat affecting all the players. Good over here for Pakistan, well fielded. The pressure is on. 41 at the stadium from the city out to the ocean. A few balloons flying around. There's a lot of balls also flying around here in the stadium. We've got a change in the commentary position. Ravi Shastri and Sir Garfield Sobers.
Thank you, Greg. Pakistan here off to a cracking start. 41 for 1 in just 7 overs. Skuruvilla continues. And sanity returns to the proceedings once Ramiz Raja is on strike, because Saeed Anwar is having an absolute ball out there. This pitch will be to his liking. He's the kind of player who likes the ball to come onto the bat. And a free-stroking player with shots all around the wicket. He's raced away to 27. 1 6 and 3 boundaries in that. And he's taken a particular liking to Venkatesh Prasad. Villa here doing a good job, bowling straight. Already heard Greg Chappell saying a little while earlier, very little margin for error on this track. Good hard pitch, and the ball coming onto the bat. Good toss to win for Pakistan, Sir Garfield.
Thank you very much, Ravi, and good afternoon to viewers. Pakistan has really started well here today. Saeed Anwar certainly batting very well. They'll be looking to capitalize on this good start. I normally notice that the teams are getting off to an excellent start like this. They start to lose wickets, and then you find that a rot step in. I think that these 2 batsmen, the way they're going, will have to concentrate and consolidate and really continue to bat in the way they're batting. If they continue without losing any wickets, I think that Pakistan can make a very, very good score here. But they've got to be very careful of not playing any unnecessarily shots. The runs are coming, they're coming quite freely, and it's not necessary to go to do anything unusual.
That's
That's right, they have a very strong batting lineup, plenty of experience there in that middle order. In the air and just short of the Indian captain, or did it carry? Specifically placed in that position. I just get the feeling, by looking at his face there, that the ball might just have carried.
Pitch tap, Saeed Anwar looking to flick it and hit the air. I think it just dropped in front of him. Made a good effort, good try there by the Indian captain. Sure, he would have loved to have grasped that one, but unfortunately just dropped in front of him.
It's very difficult to save from here. Good attempt though. Specifically placed in that position at short mid wicket. No slips now for Kuruvilla. And that's a good position to have for Ramiz Raja because he gets a lot of runs in that area. This is a good over for the Indians so far. He's come a long way, this tall man, Anil Kumble. And another look. That ball going towards Tendulkar. Just might have carried. Very difficult to say, a difficult catch too. And if it's your day, those are the kind of catches that stick. Good piece of fielding on his follow through. Good over that for India. 8 gone, 41 for 1. Very colourful crowd here today. Already a full house here in Madras. Very hot and steamy conditions. That won't stop the crowd from enjoying themselves. Pakistan to a good start here, 41 for 1. Going along at over 5 runs per over. Most of the runs coming off Venkatesh Prasad. 4 overs for 31. Anil Kumble has done a very good job. 4 overs for just 9 runs.
And looking to the loose balls, they have the advantage of being there. If India can just get a breakthrough and get one of these wickets to have a new batsman coming, then it can help them put pressure onto Pakistan. But at the present moment, Pakistan has got a tremendous amount of pressure on the Indian team, and their bowlers will have to be very accurate. Kumble is certainly a very, very good bowler. He'll be hoping to drop on line right away and make sure that he doesn't give these batsmen too much width or too many half volleys, because they're well set and they'll be looking to take advantage of any loose deliveries.
So Kumble it is now to Saeed Anwar. And that smash straight down the ground for a boundary. Ball just going over the rope. He didn't really time it well, but got enough bat on that for the ball to reach the fence. So straight away putting pressure on Anil Kumble.
Saeed Anwar was straight away very quick to pounce on that half volley, taking full advantage, and this is what happens when batsmen are in. And that's why these two batsmen should stay there and try and see Pakistan through.
He swept this one, but Ganguly is out there in the deep. Very important now for India that Anil Kumble gets into a good line and length, because he's one of the most experienced bowlers in the side. If he starts giving runs a little too freely, then there'll be serious problems for Tendulkar.
It's always a little bit difficult for a captain when he has to bring his spin bowlers in so early, when his opening bowler really doesn't. Pakistan 46 for 1.
Tendulkar taking some time here in adjusting his field. Kumble now to Ramiz Raja. That's what Ramiz would be looking to do. And give the strike to the flamboyant Saeed Anwar. It's very hot and humid out there. It'll test the stamina of the players. Won't be easy to concentrate.
Much better line and length by Kumble. A little bit of turn and bounce there. Didn't want to bounce in and just coming back in. Thick bottom edge. Very fortunate. Didn't play it on to the stumps.
And he goes over the top. And very clean. One bounce over the ropes. Another boundary here for Anwar.
That is why it's so important that these two batsmen should stay in to pick the loose balls out very quickly to expose a new batsman there taking time to play himself in. And they certainly can pounce on anything loose, as we've just seen there. Good shot, front foot right out to it, and picking it up very early and hit it into the outfield.
Well, now good thinking by Tendulkar. He's pushed mid-on to long-on and brought in a man from between long-on and deep mid-wicket to a mid-wicket position. 51 for 1. 50 runs coming from just 54 balls. 4 boundaries and a 6 in that. Runs coming all round the wicket. Largely due to the fact that Saeed Anwar is on the rampage. It's Raja on strike now. He gives the charge to Kuruwilla. With the runs coming as quickly as they are for Pakistan, Ramiz Raja doesn't have to take too many risks. The last thing Pakistan want at this stage when they're going well is to lose a wicket, because that could put the brakes on the scoring.
Certainly what the Indian captain would be hoping for, that Pakistan batsmen would do something rash at this stage when they're well set.
That's better. You saw after he attempted that shot going down the track, Saeed Anwar coming down the track and having a chat with his captain. And there again, nodding to his non-striker. This is a pressure match, and you can see the crowds that have come in here. A full house at Chidambaram Stadium in Chennai.
Certainly a game that everyone has been looking forward to. Not only the crowd and the spectators, but I'm sure everyone who is watching and who is interested in cricket in India and throughout would be very keen. A very important game here today. Kravala really bowling well. He's really kept the ball good line, good length. Batsmen haven't been able to get after him the same way as they've done against Prasad, who's been the looser of the two opening bowlers.
Yes, he seems to be learning with every game, and that's a very good sign. Coming off the pads there, leg by signaled by the umpire, David Orchard. He's the umpire from South Africa officiating in this game. And umpire K.D. Francis from Sri Lanka, standing at square leg.
It's very important for the umpires. They too are always under very tremendous amount of pressure to when they umpire in these games, and a particular game like this even puts them under even more pressure. Really good batting here by Pakistan. I think they realise the importance of staying there. Because while they're there, the runs will come much quicker. And if one of these batsmen get out, they certainly will put the Indians' hope up, and India will be able to get on top. So they got to really stay there and see Pakistan to. Because while they're there, the runs will come much quicker. And if one of these batsmen get out, they certainly will put the Indians' hope up, and India will be able to get on top. So they got to really stay there and see Pakistan to a very large total.
Another very good over from Kuruvilla comes to an end. It's 52 for 1. And Pakistan still going at over 5 runs per over. You can see the yellow pillars there. Those are the runs that have come off Venkatesh Prasad. Abhi Kuruvilla with the white pillars there, very economical. I think he's bowled brilliantly on this track so far. It's not the kind of pitch where a bowler would like to bowl in a one-day game too often. It was the dice. This track is loaded in favour of the batsman.
Kuruvilla certainly from the start in Jamaica in the West Indies, he'd gone from strength to strength, and it's very heartening for a captain to have a young fast bowler who is improving so rapidly from match to match and seems to be getting better and better. It gives him a lot of confidence.
He's been given the room, but there is a man in the deep. And the two batsmen settling for a single. You'd have known other sides looking for two there. Now Kumble sending mid-on to long-on. Deep mid-wicket has come into a more orthodox mid-wicket position. And a shout here for stumping. That was down the leg side. Wide signal by umpire Katie Francis.
So important to have a left and right-handed batsman at the crease because it doesn't give the bowlers time to settle at proper length, particularly when you're picking up singles. The bowlers have to keep changing their line and their length.
Well, nicely timed. Just caress that through the covers, and we'll pick up another couple.
Saeed Anwar, beautiful timer of the ball. He certainly plays his shots very well. Timing is good.
Ganguly, he's been kept busy. Why I say this is a good field setting for Saeed Anwar when Kumble is bowling, because he's not a big spinner of the ball. So keeping a deep mid-wicket for him is a kind of a wasted position. It's much easier trying to hit him straight and through the line. And he's done a good thing there for Anwar. Drop the man back.
All the runs are coming. There's come in ones and twos, and once the runs keep coming, Pakistan doesn't really have to take any unnecessarily risks. They keep the board ticking over. There's two batsmen out there.
Shout here for leg before. Francis not interested. Taken off like a train here. 39 and just 35 deliveries. Ramesh Raja 10, giving him good company. And Anwar goes here over the top. Again, lovely piece of timing. One bounce over square leg for 4.
Certainly a lovely shot. Certainly wasn't a bad delivery. That the batsmen are in, their eyes are in. They got the bounce of the ball, the length, and Anwar was able to pick that up quite early and go with the movement of the ball. A lovely shot. And that is why these two batsmen have to really stay there. They can take any advantage of any loose deliveries that come along.
Where's he going to go now? Cut away. Straight to Prasad. He's got a very good eye, Saeed Anwar. Beautiful timer of the ball. By him scoring so quickly, he's taken a little bit of the pressure off the Pakistan captain, Ramesh Raja. Whenever he's at the non-strikers end, he's sitting, so he's feeling the heat out there.
Anwar attacking the way it's attacking, picking up the ball early, going for a shot. Gives Raja the chance to defend at the other end. Good combination, good tactics. To see players thinking all the time, putting pressure on the Indian captain. Certainly he'll be looking to make another ball in change. I think Cravalho Dholi's ball well. I think in this heat might needs a little bit of a rest. Come back later on in the day.
In the air, but past Tendulkar. The chase here for Ganguly. And the Pakistan batsman getting 3 comfortable runs.
Very good over here for Pakistan. Lovely shot there, strain on the pads, and Raja inside. Beautiful shot, nicely timed, turning the wrist over, picking up 3 runs there.
So that gives the strike back to Anwar. 8 runs already coming off the first 4 balls. Easy for bowlers to bowl long spells here in this heat. Tendulkar will definitely be feeling the pressure here. Pakistan have got off to a very good start, in spite of the Indians picking up the dangerous Afridi early on. This is a good score. Villa now for the final time in this over. Another single downward to keep the strike. 66 for 1. He's on 45 in just 39 deliveries. This partnership now worth 58. It's come in good time. Just 60 deliveries. And for India, it'll be Anil Kumble to continue. 2 overs before this for 15 runs. And most of those runs scored by Anwar. And he'll be the man who'll be bowling to. It's gone over the top here. There is a man at square leg. And a good stop there by Ganguly. That's a favourable bounce and restricts the Pakistanis to a single.
Another good shot there. Good bounce for Ganguly. Certainly if that ball didn't bounce that way, I'm pretty sure that it had kept low, it would have gone into the fence. It's a good shot. These 2 batsmen are beginning to play very well, maintaining the run rate. Good start, good batting, and good understanding between these 2 players. India certainly out there struggling for a breakthrough. 2 batsmen not taking unnecessary chance. 1 or 2, and early on we saw a bit of a rash flat, but we don't see that anymore.
Good stop there by the bowler on his follow through. Getting hold of this one, Ramesh Raja. He just trying to hit it a little too hard. Bottom hand coming into play. A good stop by the tall Kumble. Get a single this time.
very important that these two players stay there. They play themselves in. They're seeing the ball. You can imagine as big as we say at home, as a breadfruit. Good wicket to bat on. Batsmen like to bat on these wickets. And the wickets that you should score on, get as many runs. Wickets you shouldn't give your hand away on these kind of wickets.
Again the sweep. Again finds Ganguly. It's 70 for 1. In overs and a bowling change coming up for the Indians. So Joshi being introduced into the attack. There's going to be a change in the commentary box too. Glenn Turner, and with him Bishan Singh Bedi.
Thank you, Ravi. Yes, what a very fine start indeed from the Pakistanis, although Shahid Afridi slogging out early, but Saeed Anwar in good nick. In fact, he has 47 from just 41 balls, whereas Ramiz Raja at the other end, 15 from 31. But those bowling analysis telling a tale. Prasad, not his day, 4 for 31, but Kuruvilla bowling very nicely, 1 for 18 from 6. And the new bowler is Joshi. Would like to bring in Bishan Bedi. Sat Sri Akal, Bishan.
Sat Sri Akal, GT. It's nice to have you back in India once again, and this is your second home.
Cheeky little single there, but comfortable.
I hope you're enjoying yourself back in India. Very familiar with all the Indian conditions.
Indeed. Always good to come back. Too short a visit this time. It's a rather hectic one. But I haven't been back at this time of year when it's been quite so hot. But Joshi, left-arm spinner, fine bowler yourself of the art. How's he bowl in this form of the game?
Well, he bowled pretty well in the first game in Bangalore, but in the next one at Bombay, he lost a bit of his control in line and length. But this is the real trial for the man, bowling against Pakistan in a very tight situation. That's Saeed Anwar there on your picture. Bit exhausted, but doing a very good job for Pakistan. Having lost Tonka Afridi earlier on, well, he was set in to do a particular job, but he failed. The Pakistanis haven't let themselves get bogged down by Afridi's failure. These two are doing a very good job.
Joshi just looking there, Saeed Anwar, as though he was looking for width.
Yes, there's a bit of spin in the ball, and first ball right on the dot.
Coming down the wicket and hammering it through, and a really good save there.
That is brilliant cricket. It was a good ball, and he jumped out to play it and drove it towards the wicket. Nice bit of dive by Jadeja.
Charging and hitting over the top. Yes, he's got it over mid-on. 2 bounces for 4. There's a man out there at a deep, wide, long on, but couldn't get across to it. And a 50 for Saeed Anwar from just 44 balls. So he's taken over the mantle from Afridi magnificently here this afternoon.
A very brilliant 50 by Saeed Anwar. And he will have done Pakistan a lot proud in many ways.
Coming again and going over the top. He's trying to hit it over the deep fielder into the stand, and he does so. So there's confidence for you. He's really taking the initiative here to Joshi.
Not bad tactics to get on top of the bowler in his first over, and Saeed Anwar is a good enough player to do so, and that's how Joshi went into the stands. It wasn't a bad ball, but Anwar picked it well and early, and he's a sweet timer of the ball as we see it. And the moment he hit it, look at his eyes following the ball. He's very satisfied with the stroke.
Yes, I think there's a certain amount of admiration in his eyes there. He knew once he'd played the shot that it was going to go all the way. But he is tackling a boundary fielder who's a little wider out there than where those balls are going. So an expensive first over here. Quicker and flatter, but charging Saeed Anwar. Can't get the single. Final ball of the over, 81 for 1. The final one in the 15 overs to be bowled by Kumble. Just a little bit of width. Able to get it by. Oh, backing up here from Saeed Anwar. Bit of excitement there for a moment.
Yes, there was a good bit of fielding by Kumble, and he threw it in at the bowler's end, but the man in.
So Raja just struggling along a little bit, very much the junior partner, 16 from 34 balls.
Pitch on the leg stump, but Raja not able to get it away down the leg side.
This one's flighted up more. But just checking his shot, not prepared to go through it and over the top. Still the 2 close-in catches required in this 15 overs. So I think one could say a rollicking start here from the Pakistanis. They've shown some real initiative here, not showing any nerves whatsoever. Saw a lot of nerves in the previous, what was equivalent of a semi-final up in Hyderabad yesterday or last night. Even the Sri Lankans showing some nerves there and getting only 214 proved to be easily good enough. So the field restrictions will come off now. 15 overs gone, 81 for 1. Under what are very, very good batting conditions here. It's going to be a case of the Pakistanis may well get plenty. Still a long way to go before we can be confident about that. They may get plenty, but India will have to get plenty plus 1.
They haven't done badly in the first 15 overs, 81 for 1.
Top edge, but safe. So Saeed Anwar just trying a little lap to try and get it fine around the corner. False shot.
A very blind shot. Taking his eyes off the ball just for a second then. And the ball looping over the keeper. And now we got a fielder there. But that's for saving the one.
Charging, trying to hit it down to mid-on for a single. Can't get it by the bowler. And Joshi will be very happy now that the 15 overs have come off so that he can defend a little bit more with his field after Anwar taking the sword to him in his first over.
That's one ball which Joshi bowls quite consistently in his spell. 1 or 2 short balls which go towards the point and invariably towards the sweeper cover. That fielder, to my mind, is for bad bowling.
Just the single down to long on. So the Pepsi Independence Cup, and combining with Doordarshan is World Tel. Very good that the World Tel linking in with Doordarshan. Charging and going for the big one. It's a miscue, but it'll be good enough nevertheless. He didn't get hold of it, tried to hit it into the stand, but the full flow of the bat took it through to the fence.
4 more to Saeed Anwar and 4 more to Pakistan. It was a flattish trajectory, but Saeed Anwar was quick to pick it up early, and he found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. There wasn't enough turn in the ball, but Saeed Anwar is batting well. He really settled down.
Right. 7-4. And a good supporting role at the other end, 17 from 41 for Rameez Raja. And the bowling, Prasad, they took the sword to him, none for 31 from 4. But Kuruvilla has been impressive, 6 overs for 18 and picked up the only wicket as well. And Joshi, his first over going for plenty. And now Robin Singh is the new bowler.
A good change by the Indian captain. Robin Singh is a good hit out of the ball.
Somewhere over here last tour, he bowled in the nets. It was very useful practice, just getting on quickly. And now having his opportunity this season for India.
Very hot out there, and you can see it from the faces of all the fielders and the bowlers, and of course the batsman on the side there.
Staying in line, running quickly, there'll be a couple here. Although Saeed Anwar will be feeling the heat, their pains of success, nothing better.
Yes, no pains, no gains, and that is how this game progresses at the highest level.
Charging, hitting it aerially, the offside sweeper will do the fielding. So Saeed Anwar just chancing his arm a little bit there, looking to come down, and I fancy he was trying to hit it perhaps over mid-off.
And a tired looking shot really, because he didn't get hold of it properly, and maybe fatigue is getting into his system.
So the fifth player coming up inside the ring at mid-off. Rameez Raja charging, but that bottom hand coming into his play, hitting across the ball and just killing the shot.
In fact, he's playing the ball a shade away from his body and not really getting hold of it, but he's sticking around, and that is how he got his last single. See where the ball is pitched and where his body is and where the bat is, but he still manages to keep the ball along the ground and pitch a single.
Saeed Anwar is punching it down, to mid-off. And the Indian captain has got a long arm there. And a mid-wicket saving the single. 3 in the offside saving the single with an offside sweeper as we just pan away. That man right out on the offside boundary. .92 for 1. Top of the stadium there. Not a place I don't think I would like to be.
Well, I'm not too sure if they're insured either. Having a good walk.
So Sachin Tendulkar now. Interesting to see how he goes. He's obviously decided that the slower you bowl it, the more effective it's likely to be. Varies his pace well, and very, very useful under these circumstances. See if he can pull it back.
Tension showing on Sachin's face, and he's got to throw himself into the attack, because I'm not too sure if the two medium paces would bowl their quarter of overs, both Kuruvilla and Prasad.
Little off spinner. There's an easy single there, just paddled around the corner by Saeed Anwar. We saw that Sachin Tendulkar going for 4.83 runs per over.
Good tweak there by Sachin. And once again, Saeed played a very blind kind of a lap. Still managed to pick up a single. Oh! That was a much better ball. And Ajay Jadeja comes into the act.
Well, a bit of indecision there in the calling. But neither batsman left their crease in the end. And a couple of fielders there. This fielder here and here. In an unorthodox position just behind for the little dab. And a slight misfielder here, but no, they're not going to take the single. Saeed Anwar showing signs of fatigue out there, bent over his bat. So Saeed Anwar did call for someone. Looks as though he needs some assistance. There was a message went back to the dressing room. Tendulkar just giving too much width there, just a single low. 95 for 1. Robinson's first ball just being pushed down to mid-on, no single possible.
When you're not getting wickets, it's a good strategy to slow down the game, and that's what the Indians are doing with Sachin coming into the attack.
Charging, but once again that bottom hand taking over. Slight misfield, but a good save really by Tendulkar. Yes, there is a place over mid-wicket. If he can hit it over the top, over here, there's a fielder through on this angle and one square. So that gap is open over mid-wicket for Saeed Anwar. He has a preference to hit it there. So although there's a fielder in this position here, there's no one back in this line. And that's really the area that's open. They're just flicking the ball for a single. He won't be looking forward to his other 6 overs if indeed he's asked to bowl them. 4 for 31 so far. He's bowled in, he played it on, it wasn't short enough, just skidding through a bit too quickly onto him. Ramesh Raja a little frustrated with his scoring rate, tried to pull the ball through mid-wicket, bottom edge, onto the stumps.
Yes, it was not terribly short, but Ramesh had made up his mind to pull him. And the ball really skidded through, as you see it here. Went off his bat and onto the stumps. Good breakthrough for India.
So 22 from 51 balls, he goes. Pakistan now 97 for 2. Decreased. But also what's happened in the meantime is that Saeed Anwar has a runner. And that's Afridi has come out to run for him, so obviously he's stressed, struggling.
Very experienced man, Ijaz Ahmed, and Pakistan would be looking forward to his stay at the wicket, because if he stays, he's also a good strike of the ball.
So Ijaz immediately off the mark, he's playing it off his toes. He's looking to come back for 2, he'll get back as well, so that's good running, good pressure. 99 for 2 at the end of the 19th. Shastri, and with him Asif Iqbal.
Thank you, Glenn. So Pakistan one short of the 100-run mark. India picking up the wicket of Ramesh Raja just at the right time. From Pakistan's point of view, the good news is that Anwar is still there. And he's asked for a runner now. Joining him is Ijaz Ahmed.
Pakistan getting their 100, and this is how Ramesh Raja got out. Getting a bottom edge and off stump being uprooted. Robin Singh getting that breakthrough for India. And Ijaz Ahmed now joining Saeed Anwar, who is in brilliant form. He's got 68 runs off only 57 deliveries with 8 fours and 2 sixes. And Ijaz Ahmed joining Saeed Anwar, another experienced player, and with Saeed having a runner. Obviously that is going to help Ijaz, because we all know how good a runner he is.
That's right. I just get the feeling that Saeed Anwar must have been dehydrated. Very hot out there. Shahid Afridi, who was dismissed a little while earlier, is out there as a runner.
The only danger having a runner is the understanding, because especially when Saeed Anwar is on the strike, Shahid Afridi will have to be careful. He'll have to listen to Ijaz and he'll have to follow his call.
He's played that on the offside. They look for 2 here. Yes, a misfield will allow them to get it easily.
Yes, that was putting pressure on the fielder, because the first run was very aggressively run, and Ijaz, the moment Saeed Anwar found that gap, took that first run very quickly, putting pressure onto the fielder, and obviously that made that fumble.
This is good cricket by Anwar. He's opening the face of the blade and running it square of the wicket. Another couple of runs. He knows exactly where that man is posted in the deep, Anil Kumble, and he's making him run.
Pakistan with only 2 wickets down, cruising at 5 runs and over in the first 20 overs.
Again, playing very intelligently, Anwar. Using his experience, milking the ball. And after 20 overs, Pakistan 107 for 2. And Ijaz Ahmed doing the right thing here, picking up the ones, trying and giving as much of the strike as possible to the inform of Anwar.
And I think that's the right thing to do, because Saeed is there, he's been there from the beginning, he's striking the ball very well, although he's a bit tired and got a runner to help him, but still he's middling the ball and he's picking up the gaps. Ijaz, who's just come in, would take a little while to get the pace of the wicket, the bounce of the wicket. And I think that's good cricket, because the more he stays on the wicket, and once he gets the pace and the bounce, obviously we all know how good a player he is. And along with these two in the middle and the likes of Salim Malik and Inzamam to follow, I'm sure Pakistan is looking for a score of well in excess of 260.
He's doing a good job for his captain here, Robin Singh. Good thing about him here is that he's adjusted to this pitch pretty quickly. He's not trying to bowl too quick. Bowling well within himself, getting his line right, making the batsman work the ball around.
That's exactly what he did in Bangalore, I thought, because they're also on a similar sort of wicket. He bowled within himself. And Ijaz there working the ball, picking up 2 runs. Again, that was made possible because his first run was very aggressive. He made absolutely sure that he put the fielder under pressure and then turning quickly, picking up that second run.
Yes, very good cricket by Ijaz Ahmed. He's putting the pressure back on the bowlers and the fielders in spite of India having picked up that wicket of Ramesh Raja. Almost played on there. That one again coming back off the seam from Singh.
Yes, and Ijaz trying to run it down to the third man. Not enough room for him. The ball just slightly coming into Ijaz, and there it is, hitting the pad at the same time. And Ijaz very lucky not to have played it onto the stumps. At this stage, Pakistan, after losing only 2 wickets, with 111 on the board, I think it would be proper for them just to sort of play normal cricket without taking too many risks. 111 for 2 off 21.
First ball of Tendulkar's over. Taken by Saeed Anwar. So Ijaz Ahmed back on strike now. Tendulkar varying his pace.
With the spin killer.
Maybe a specialist batsman, but even when he's bowling, he's always trying. Another bowler here who's realized the pace of this pitch. He's not trying to bowl too quickly. He's mixing it up, giving the ball a bit of air.
All the runs are flowing, but at the same time the boundaries have dried, and I think that's one thing which Sachin will be quite pleased about, because Saeed Anwar was scoring lots of boundaries and getting over 6 runs per over, but since Sachin and Robin Singh both bowling such a good line and length, the run rate has dropped a bit.
Another good over this by Tendulkar, 115 for 2.
Drink Pepsi and beat the heat. Pepsi and feel complete. Pepsi Stuff Card 20 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ವಿರುತನಾಲೆ ಪೆಪ್ಸಿ காம்சம் கொடுத்தால் உங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கிறது குடுகுடு சலுகை. ஆர்ச்சிஸில், லிவைஸில் மற்றும் டைமெக்ஸில், ரீபாக்கில், தியேட்டர்ஸ், ரெஸ்டாரண்ட்ஸ் மற்றும் பெப்சி. I believe you heard me right, baby. Drink Pepsi, get stuff. Get stuff.
Ruffles is now Ruffles Lays.
एक बार खाओगे तो खाते रह जाओगे. No one can eat just one.
So Robin Singh to continue. Pakistan still going along nicely at over 5 runs per over. The advantage Pakistan have, Asif, at this stage is they've got still plenty of batting to follow and some good stroke players as well.
Yes, that is true, but at the same time it's important from their point of view to keep the scoreboard moving, be it in ones and twos only, and I think Ijaz obviously is trying to do that. He's trying to take a single so that Saeed Anwar can face, and here is that batting lineup which with Salim Malik and Inzamam to follow, and Moin Khan is not a bad hitter, Mohammad Hussain another good all-rounder, and I'm told that Azhar Mahmood is also very good with the bat.
Once the ball has got a little older now and softer, it's not really coming on to the bat as well as it did. It was hard and new. It's important that the bowlers bowl straight.
And interestingly, Robin Singh, since he has come on to bowl, he hasn't really charged in like we have seen him doing in West Indies. And instead there's Saeed Anwar beating the inside field, and what timing that was, brilliant timing. Once that ball beat the inside field, that went past the boundary line. 4 runs to Saeed Anwar, brilliantly placed.
Well, that was just stroked. He didn't even try and hit it too hard. Just a tap there. And it also beat the man at third man. That's his strength. Beautiful timer of the ball, Saeed Anwar.
And in the process he has scored his highest against India. He had scored 80 at Toronto against India, and this is his highest score.
Still has a very good average for one-day cricket against the Indians. 45.46. It's 120 for 2. Tendulkar to continue. That one not bouncing much.
Yes, that's the first delivery. I think we have seen this one not bouncing at all. And I think one of the reasons for that is not only the ball is getting softer, but also Sachin is bowling very slowly. And I think that's clever bowling because he knows that the quicker he bowls, the quicker it's going to go off the bat.
Yes, he's making the batsman work for the runs at the moment. The pressure must have been on him once Joshi got a bit of tap, because he was the specialist bowler in the side. Now it's up to Tendulkar, maybe even another bowler to finish the quota of 20 overs.
Yes, I'm sure one of the things which he's hoping for is that between him and Robin Singh, if they can get as many overs as possible, and hopefully by the time the innings gets nearer the end, that he may be able to bring back Anil Kumble and Joshi both, because they are his regular spinners. And Joshi was given a very rough treatment by Saeed Anwar, and that's the reason he has been taken off after 2 overs. But there he is. After the first 2 overs, he was taken off. But I'm sure he'll be brought back at some stage.
Picking up the 1s and 2s. Again, good running by the Pakistanis, putting the pressure on the fielders. It's 124 for 2.
काफी लंबा bowling spell चल रहा है और इस बीच दिनात की अगली गेंद बहुत अच्छी गेंद बाल बच गए. दिनात काफी थके हुए नजर आ रहे हैं. इस बीच
You've gone deep.
Hey.
तुरंत शक्ति.
तुरंत शक्तिदायक कोई नहीं ऐसा ग्लूकॉन डी जैसा.
Thanks, yeah.
असली मैंगो मांगो, मांगो मैंगो स्लाइस.
Robin Singh here continuing. Again, beautifully timed by Anwar. Long chase here for the man, a deep point, but that's a chase and win. He's really teasing the fielders here, Saeed Anwar, making them run all the way.
And then just beating them in the end. There it is. He's just angling the bat. Perfect timing, and by angling that bat, he's making sure that he beats the inside field. And there the ball, just beating Anil Kumble. Desperate dive there, but the ball beating. 4 more runs to Saeed Anwar.
One of the features of Anwar's batting is that he knows the spots he's looking to get runs from. Picks the areas in the field where he would want to hit the ball. And so far in this innings, he's done that very effectively. He's found the gaps. He's raced away to 86 not out in just 72 balls in sight of his first 100 against the Indians.
And I'm sure that he would very much want that, not just for himself, but for the team as well. Obviously, having a runner is helping him because he is drained. There's no doubt about it. And having this runner obviously is going to give him time to recover. And every time he's playing a shot, he's sitting down and resting. What an all-round batting performance that is. And there's no doubt that he's one of the most elegant left-handed batsmen in the world in present-day cricket.
Even that, though the chart showed that he had scored more runs on the onside, still has in this innings played some lovely shots to the offside like this one. Again a chase here for Kuruvilla. He'll pull that back just inside the fence. And another couple of runs for the Pakistani left-hander.
And once again beating the inside field, and that's what his hallmark is. Every time he's timing the ball, he's not only doing that to perfection, but he's also placing it well, which obviously is a hallmark of a very talented and gifted batsman.
See there again, so risky. It's 133 for 2. Still maintaining that run rate of over 5 runs and over 5.32 at the moment. 9 runs coming off that last over from Robin Singh. And it will be Tendulkar to continue.
They're ideally placed at this stage because they've only lost 2 wickets and they've still got 25 overs to go. And with Saeed Anwar still in the middle and players like Salim Malik and Inzamam to follow, I'm sure Pakistan will be looking for a big score. And there once again Saeed Anwar bisecting those 2 fielders who are specifically there for that job to prevent that from happening. But once again Saeed Anwar playing very late and then right in the middle picking up 4 more runs.
Well, he always finds the gaps. That's his strength.
That's a line, boy.
Reminds me of Brian Lara when he's batting. He's another left-hander who finds the gaps most of the time. And we'll have to wait and see if this has come off the bat. This is another boundary for Pakistan. Yes, a boundary signal.
Yes, it did. In fact, that's what Saeed is telling Ijaz, not realizing that the umpire has already signaled 4 for him. And 8 of this over so far. And there we'll see. He's just getting back to it, picking 4 more runs. And this knowledgeable crowd in Madras and Chennai anticipating his century, cheering him up.
So 2 short of his 100 here, Saeed Anwar. 98 he is. He'll still be on 98. This will be his first 100 against the Indians. This knock of his has really taken the fight to the opposition. Get only a single here. And he'll get the strike too. 142 for 2. He's on strike here to Robin Singh. That should be it. His 12th 100 in one-day international cricket. His first against the Indians. And it's been a superb knock by this flamboyant left-hander from Pakistan.
And that was a brilliant knock. And how nice to see not only his teammates cheering from the dressing room, but also the huge crowd here. They are celebrating his 100. And by doing that, obviously Saeed Anwar must be pleased. But what is important from Pakistan's point of view, that he has to stay there.
Important thing for Pakistan is that he's got it in such quick time.
Yes, he got his 100 off 82 deliveries, and that is his 12th 100, and he has joined Sachin Tendulkar in scoring 12 hundreds for his country.
Pressure now building on the Indians. They need a breakthrough here. With the amount of batting Pakistan have to follow, they are in a very good position here to reach a target around 275, or even more than 275.
Yes, Ravi, and I think what is important from there is Saeed Anwar's career record. 121 matches he has played in 17 50s and 12 hundreds.
That was again timed beautifully, but straight to the fielder.
What is important from Saeed Anwar as well as from Pakistan's point of view, that they do have wickets in hand, but they'll have to go on scoring at this rate, because if they lose a couple of wickets, the pressure will get back onto them, and the new batsman may not find that easy to score. Ijaz is doing the sensible thing by giving as much strike as possible to Saeed Anwar.
Yes, he has made batting look particularly easy here. It's 144 for 2. Saeed Anwar there reaching his 100 in the last over from Robin Singh. 100 and just 85 deliveries. Terrific knock that, and Ijaz Ahmed here giving him good support. He's made 14 and 20 deliveries. Pakistan really in a good position now. 27 overs, 144 for 2.
Sachin Tendulkar here, he has to do something different now because Pakistanis are getting into a nice groove. The scoreboard is moving, and well, there it is. Prasad taking over from Tendulkar, and I think it's the right thing because both these batsmen, they are quite content with the way things are going, and obviously Tendulkar realizes that and making this change.
And this will be 4 runs, and it's come off the bat, just beating the diving Mongia.
Very delicately played by Ijaz Ahmed there. Ball going down the leg side, and Ijaz just managed to put the bat to the ball and beating the diving Mongia, picking up 4 runs. That is something which surely Prasad didn't want, changing ends, coming on to bowl. The first delivery of his second spell, and once the first ball goes for a 4, the pressure is back on the bowler.
Yes, he was very expensive in that first spell of his. Just couldn't get his line right. 31 runs in his first 4 overs. Saeed Anwar in particular took a liking to him. Just seemed as if he had sorted Prasad out. He had picked up his slower delivery and wasn't afraid going over the infield.
That is good partnership. Run a ball. Ijaz acknowledging the fact that it was a good delivery, and I think from India's point of view, Prasad will have to bowl quite a few of them to contain this scoring spree of Pakistanis, who are a bit of bounce there as well. Just too short of 150.
Yes, he does get quite a bit of bounce with his slower delivery. The ball is now a little older, a little softer, would grip the surface a little better.
That's a good run rate, considering that there's still 22.2 overs to go and still 8 wickets in hand.
Gets some runs here this time as he works it on the onside. Look for 2, but Peruvilla is an improved fielder these days.
That's right, he was more aggressive. He didn't wait for the ball to come to him, but he attacked the ball and prevented that second. Although Ijaz did manage to take that first run very quickly, but some aggressive running from Peruvilla prevented that second being taken.
Stretching a bit there, Peruvilla. He might get a ball too. Very good first spell, 6 overs for 18 runs. The Pakistan batsman will look for 2, but in the end just settled for 1. It's 150 for 2. In a very good position here, 150 for 2. Runs coming in just 168 balls. There's going to be a change in the commentary box. It'll be Greg Chappell, and with him, Bishan Bailey.
Anwar slashing again. He really has struck the ball beautifully in this innings. Pakistan will need him to stay there a little bit longer. Whilst they've got some good batting depth, I think they're going to need a score of around about 290 to 300 Bish before they can feel comfortable.
Well, this wicket is a good wonder wicket, and a score of 290 or nearly 300 is not beyond a side batting first. Pakistan is off to a very good start, thanks to Saeed Anwar. He's still there, along with the runner.
Ball into the gap through the infield, but the man at deep square leg able to cut it down. Yes, it's quite warm out in the middle, and no doubt Saeed Anwar has suffered somewhat from the temperature. He's probably dehydrated somewhat. Probably a good thing that he's able to have somebody about 10 years younger coming up there and fresh legs and younger legs running for him.
Well, it helps if you have a younger companion to do some leg work for you while you concentrate on your batting, and that's what Saeed Anwar was doing. The ball is actually running for the Pakistanis, who are making the best of everything that is coming to them. Indians slightly under pressure at the moment.
Robin Singh has done a pretty good job. Very difficult bowling in the middle overs and the later overs. Takes a good temperament and a fair amount of ability.
Well, as far as temperament goes, Robin has plenty of it. He's a very good, high class cricketer.
And while making room for himself, he doesn't get past the outfield. Kumble out there does fairly well to cover the ground.
The body language of Anil Kumble is not very encouraging, and Saeed Anwar making the best of that ball, pitched outside the off stump, slightly short, and look at the way he stopped it well, but oh well bowled. Got a thick inside edge. Robin Singh.
My family.
155 for 2.
That was a much better ball by Prasad. Came into the left-hander. Still managed single and got the bottom edge of the bat.
Prasad rolling the fingers across the ball there. The slower leg cutter, varying his pace now. Really on these good batting wickets in one-day cricket, the bowler needs to be able to vary his pace. Keep his direction and his length pretty good. The only way you can really slow the batsman down is to vary the pace and mix it up and try and keep them off balance.
And also, you must be able to bowl to your field. And this is where Prasad has been struggling in this game, and that is the ball pitched down the leg side. And he just waited for the ball to come onto him. Taking a single.
Anwar back on strike. Trying to pick up the tempo. Just goes to show you, when he was batting normally, he was scoring runs at a very good rate. Now in the last few overs, as he's got a bit tighter and trying to force the pace a bit more, starting to try and make room for himself and swing the bat hard, he's probably lost some of the timing and placement that he showed before.
I think it's the fatigue. It's pretty hot out there, and he's suffering from some cramps. Still there, which is danger for the Indians.
Swing and a miss. An appeal from the bowler. Umpire David Orchard is unmoved.
Saeed Anwar is going for everything now, because he, I think, realizes that even if he gets out, the Pakistani batting lineup has got reasonably good depth, and that is how he missed out, just by a whisker. Didn't get an edge. David Orchard in a very pensive mood.
This time he gets a bit of bat on it, but again, the timing not there. He really is a tired man. He had a magnificent inning. He scored 2/3 of the runs that have been scored so far in this innings.
Well, he's done his job for the team, and even if he throws his wicket now, a fresher man will come in, and he's got enough overs to take charge of the Indian bowling, which is also showing signs of fatigue.
Ahmed looking for the single as a mix-up. He'll have to hit the stumps, and he doesn't. 158 for 2. For 2, 30 overs gone. Saeed Anwar a magnificent 107. Ijaz Ahmed just poking the ball around, pushing it into the gaps, giving Anwar as much strike as he can. Robin Singh continues. In the air and over mid-off. A couple of bounces into the boundary. That's pretty tough work for the bowlers.
He timed it nicely and placed it where he wanted to, over the top of mid-off. And even though he played far away from the body, he can afford to do so because he's been in long enough and he's had a fairly good look at the Indian bowling.
Hot work, as you can see. Much a bowler can do but try and get the ball in line with the stumps and the hope that anything that the batsman misses is going to hit the stumps. If you're not going to be hitting the stumps, then it's virtually a free hit.
Well, a good ball is a good ball in any class of cricket, and that's something which I've always believed. And I don't think the Indians are relying on that kind of strategy. They're giving sufficient room to Saeed Anwar outside the off stump and outside the leg stump to play his shots. Saeed capitalizing on every given opportunity.
Ijaz Ahmed now on strike. Big crowd here. Chennai. No single on offer there. 3 in the circle on the offside. 2 in the circle on the leg side. So Sachin Tendulkar prepared to keep the field up, try and keep the singles down to a minimum. Hope the bowlers can bowl well enough to keep the boundaries down. Always thinking, always just moving the field. That'll be an easy single.
Typical one-day stroke, down to third man for a single. You might see a few skyscrapers because the overs are running out and Pakistanis have got loads of wickets in hand. Some good ones who can throw the bat at the ball and find sufficient gaps.
Robin Singh must keep it straight. He can't afford to give Saeed Anwar too much room. When you keep it straight, it's very hard for them to hit it anywhere else but to where your fielders are. That's really the job of a bowler in this situation. The field has to be set to a position where if you bowl the thing straight, there are very few options for the batsman. It's got to be fullish and in line with the stumps.
Yes, it's got to be from stump to stump, not giving any room either side of the wicket, but the batsman is cramped. The ball is tired, as we see it.
Again, reasonably straight. Not much on offer there for Ijaz Ahmed. Looking for 2. Won't get it. Good quick fielding. 166. They've clashed Indian soil since the World Cup quarter-final, where India were successful. Dolce comes back into the attack. He's bowled the 2 overs in his first spell.
Didn't bowl the first spell very effectively, but he's now into the attack when batsmen are going great guns, and Joshi will have to bowl really up to the batsmen to make them play into the V zone of the field. He's already gone for 19 to 0.1.
Spinners have had mixed success in the limited form of the game. Those who bowl well and really have an important part to play, as we saw with Sri Lanka last night. The spinners were the ones in the end who broke it open for Sri Lanka, caused the New Zealanders a great deal of trouble, but there was a lot more happening for the spinners in Hyderabad with a bit of turn than there is out there this evening.
Well, there is a bit of a turn if you want to spin the ball. all you do is give it a bit of a tweak and not try and bowl flat as Joshi is trying to do right now.
Anwar again gives it the full flow of the bat as he's so wont to do, and he's done so well today.
It was a bad ball, pitched on the leg stump, and Anwar did well to keep it down and along the ground, fetching him 4 more runs. You're bowling to a man well set, you got to bowl well, and look where the ball is pitched. Anwar had all the time in the world to go for the sweep to perfection.
Well, again, it's a free hit. If the ball's not going to be hitting the stumps, Joshi pulling it down, pitching just outside leg stump, short and too wide. Really hard for the captain. You can't set a field to bad bowling.
No, you can't. That's something which I've always maintained. You've got to bowl well. And if you're bowling like that, the captain's going to think twice before he can bring you on again.
This time, takes it from outside off stump. Can't pierce the outfield. 2 fielders on the boundary from mid-wicket and backward square leg. Again, Joshi giving the free hit. It's really outside the line of the stumps. The ball was never ever in danger of hitting the stumps, so Anwar knows that he's got a free hit.
Well, from his face, he doesn't look very confident, Sunil Joshi. He's not the same bowler as he was in Bangalore.
Just a little paddle around the corner. It's probably going to run all the way.
Very lovely bit of improvisation by Ijaz, and which means Sunil Joshi is coming in first on stick, and a psychological advantage going to the Pakistani batsman. And this was again down the leg side. Ijaz did well to battle it, and the rest was done by the speed of the ball. Now, the Indian captain is a worried man at the moment, as we see it, and the bowler is not really giving him much confidence, is he?
I think at the end of the day, Sachin Tendulkar was telling him, for goodness sake, just bowl one on the stumps. You can't set a field on both sides of the wicket. You're going to bowl one down the leg side and one down the offside. Really, it's very hard for me to set a field for you.
10 fielders too few, aren't they?
Again, outside the line of the stumps. Gets away with it on this occasion. 178 for 2. From 100 deliveries, he's on the threshold of the highest score by a Pakistan batsman against India. That'll just about do it. That'll take him to 121. That goes past the highest score formerly held by Javed Miandad of 119, scored at Lahore in 82-83. Really, the Indian bowlers are copping some stick here now.
I don't think they're really bowling to the field, and this particular delivery, the way it raced to the boundary, it deserved it. It had 4 runs written all over it.
Robin Singh. Got to get the ball in line with the stumps. It sounded as though he got that in the middle of the bat.
Not a mean achievement to get past Javed Miandad's record. Javed was a tremendous player of all kinds of cricket, and Saeed Anwar has done it. He's still there and really concentrating very hard.
This time, a bit of improvisation from Anwar. Works the ball from outside off stump. They're coming back for 2. Ganguly is a good throw, but you can't run them out from that distance once they've already started.
Played off his legs, and if you see the runner for Saeed Anwar, he's not really running a straight line, and I don't think anybody's ever told him that a straight line is the shortest distance.
Well, I suppose you've got to do what you've got to do when you're out there. Saeed Anwar doesn't have to worry about running too much. He's hit 15 fours. His innings so far. Not only hasn't he had to do a lot of running because he's hit some boundaries, he's also hit a couple of sixes, and he's got a runner out there working for him at the moment. Again, they'll be looking for two here. Not well struck, but just in that distance where the outfielder can't cut it down and the infielder can't catch up with it. So things working very well for Pakistan at the moment. The run rate is very good. 2 wickets down, so wickets in hand. Some good strong batting still to come in the lineup. Anything's possible here. 5.66.
Yes, this run rate can't go any worse. It has to improve.
India really needs some wickets. It's the only way they're going to be able to restrict the Indian total from here on in. The Pakistan total from here on in. Josie to continue. Unfortunately for him, Saeed Anwar is also still there and facing 126 to his name. No run on this occasion. Still not a very good delivery though.
No, I'm afraid Indian bowlers are not bowling a good line, and that's the sun going down.
Well, maybe it's the moon coming up, Bish. I think the players will be happy the sun's going down, and there's 4 more.
Well, either way, whether the sun going down or the moon coming up, the fact remains that the ball is not running for the Indians as we see it. 4 more runs, and that is how Joshi went for a good lap down the square leg. Skidded attempt by Rahul Dravid wasn't enough.
The bowling for India has been ordinary. The batting's going to have to be a lot better. So they're going to be chasing a total of in the vicinity of 300 the way things are going. Anwar on 130. Takes him to 131. That equals his career best, which was against the West Indies at Sharjah, and becomes the highest score at Chennai, just surpassing the 130 scored by Chris Harris here against Australia during the World Cup. So he really has gone past some milestones today.
And what a great occasion to do so. India-Pakistan clash is always a tight game. Bowling around the stumps to a right-hander. I'm not too sure what kind of strategy is going on in the middle. Got a single. And Joshi appears to be just going through his motions at the moment. There's not enough thought in his deeds. And well, with this kind of bowling, I think 10 fielders become too few.
Ijaz Ahmed just turning the strike over again. He's not too worried about taking too many risks. The boundaries are coming plenty. 195. 34 overs gone. 195 for 2 Pakistan. Ramiz Raja won the toss early today and decided to bat first, and so far everything's gone his way. Shahid Afridi was out early for 5. Raja himself out for 22, but Saeed Anwar has played magnificently. 132 from 110 deliveries. Ijaz Ahmed not out on 31. Kumble to come back into the attack. He'll be bowling to Ijaz Ahmed. Saeed Anwar closing in on another record for Pakistan in one-day cricket. Ijaz on strike at the moment. Looking for a single. Afridi quickly backing up. No trouble in the end.
Yes, it was a good toss to win, and the score suggests that the Pakistanis are making the best of this toss. And this is how a quick single was added to Ijaz's total. The fielders are reasonably back. The main problem the Indian captain is facing at the moment is he's not able to control the singles or the fours.
Ahmed. And we're in fact score at 196 for 2. He's on 132. Highest score for Pakistan in one day as is 137, not out by Inzamam Al-Haq versus New Zealand in Sharjah in 93-94. Looking for the boundary again, but straight to the mid-wicket fielder.
Anil Kumble is one of the main strike bowlers of the Indian side, and even he's struggling to find a good line, mainly because the Pakistani batsmen are batting so well. They have really applied themselves and they are getting on top of the bowling.
There's a lot of pressure on the players from both sides, but particularly the bowlers in this game with such a good batting wicket. Be interesting to see how the Pakistan bowlers handle the pressure. There's a lot at stake, a lot of pride at stake here today in this match between the two traditional rivals. None of the bowlers want to be on the receiving end of too much stick, so that adds to the tension.
Yes, a lot of national pride at stake, if you ask me honestly, but then again, it's just another game of cricket, and I don't think sentiments should run very high. It's a better ball. 197.
Anwar, plenty of big overs for Pakistan in their score of 197 for 2. We'll have a change in commentary now as Garfield Sobers joins Glenn Turner.
Thank you, Greg. So that's certainly impressive viewing from the Pakistan perspective. 197 for 2. Runs galore for them here today. Kuruvilla. Just the single as it goes past him. And Kuruvilla, 6 overs for 18. So he did a great job at the start of the innings. And taking that first wicket of Afridi. So although not a lot of pace, has some height. And under these conditions, it's just not coming onto the bat quickly enough for the batsman to score freely from him. So his figures stand out here for India this evening. It's a situation where the Indians need to dig deep. Very good batting conditions. It's all very well to say that they're struggling with their bowling, but there's been some good batting from Pakistan, and it could well be a very high-scoring game. You just got to make sure that when it comes your turn to bat, you do better than the opposition. So Tendulkar, though, under a great deal of pressure as the fielding captain, as the scores mount. Just angling it nicely. Good piece of fielding, but not able to prevent the single. Welcome in, Gary.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Glenn. This is a situation where the captain is really expecting that his experienced bowlers would give him a couple of good overs. A good delivery, that quick single. The Pakistan batsman is certainly running very well between wickets, and they're not really throwing the bat at the ball and give away the wickets, and that makes things a lot more difficult on a wicket like this. Very good batting wicket, and I'm sure the Indian captain would be hoping that they'll play a few more attacking shots and make some mistakes.
All out appeal. It sounds as though he got a little nick on it. He tended to raise the bat to make sure that the umpire knew as well. Umpire Orchard, South African representative in this tournament.
Good delivery, just coming in slightly, inside edge onto the pads. Very difficult wicket to bowl on. Pakistan batsman certainly trying to rub it in here.
134 from 114 balls is great going from Saeed Anwar. In full flow there, just to the sweeper for a single. It's the sort of score as the 200 comes up in the 36th over, for the Pakistanis, the loss of only 2 wickets, of 215 balls. But Saeed Anwar, it's not been a flourishing innings from him. He's played some very fine shots, and the sort of scoring rate that he has is a reminder of Jayasuriya and the sort of performance he can put in. Just the width there, but he held it back, bowled it much slower and more effectively. 200 for 2. 50 coming up on 53 balls, the first 50. It's 162, 150, the further 50 and 53 balls. So quite evenly spread there, the number of balls for each 50 scored up through to 200. And now they may even put the foot down further. Anil Kumble bowling well enough, an easy single there. And Kumble bowled his first 4 overs for 19. Not easy for even the experience of this man under these conditions, particularly when a batsman's going. He's just got to hang in there. Ijaz able to keep it ticking over, just angling the blade and hitting it wide of the fielder, and that's something we didn't see in Hyderabad the other night. The batsman able to put it into space, particularly the New Zealanders, to keep it ticking over in between those big boundary shots.
As long as the batsman is not taking too much risk, it's going to make it very difficult for the bowlers.
Well, sweeping it through mid-wicket, just the single though. Saeed Anwar trying to find the gap out there, not able to. Just Mr. settled for a single. Kumble, he's still a good mover in the outfield.
Short, sweeping, shot that has got him a lot of runs here today. Yes.
Another indication of angling. There's a shy at the stumps, hits the stumps, looked to be well in. Katie Francis is nevertheless going to ask for it. Well, if Ijaz Ahmed is run out, then it's carelessness because he appeared to be back. But time will tell with the third umpire, Steve Dunn, making the decision.
Yes. Good throw. This bounce by he was well in. Well, clearly past the line there. He's well in there. Yes, a couple of inches, 2-3 inches.
Under control,
well
Gary.
That's very good pick up and throw. Difficult situation here for the Indian bowlers, particularly when the batsmen are not taking risks. How often you see in situations like this where teams get on top, the batsmen start to throw the bat around, they lose a couple of quick wickets, and then the bowling team get on top. But today Pakistan is certainly not doing that. They decide that they're going to make them fight for every wicket again.
I think what we saw there is an indication of the batsman not being prepared to stretch out with his arm to make sure that he got in easily. He tended to be conscious of the ball coming in and wanting to steer clear of that. But you can't afford to make it as tight as that, I'll tell you that. Let's look at it at normal speed. It shows that the umpire certainly was wise. See, no extension there of the arm, could well have left himself short.
Certainly makes it very hard, very difficult for bowlers on this wicket, particularly when the batsmen are not taking any risk at all. Ijaz Ahmed is quite prepared to look for the singles, and there are plenty of singles out there, and they're coming easy. Once runs are coming so easy, then the batsmen don't have to take any risks.
Just a single, tantalisingly just past the bowler, Kumble. 204 for 2. Down through mid-off. Just a single again. So we made it one extra ball on that over. Now 204 for 2. made that a 7-ball over. And 205 for 2. The light's taking full effect here now. This is the secretary of the Chennai Cricket Association, and next to him Zahir Abbas of Tamil Nadu. So a very significant figure in Indian cricket, particularly in this area.
Certainly one of Pakistan leading players. He'll be very pleased with the Pakistan score here today and the way in which they have approached this game. I think their approach has been magnificent in this game.
Getting it in the air, but safe. So Saeed Anwar, the highest score by a Pakistani player in one-day internationals, 139 now, not out. Just bailing out of that shot. And looking a lot fresher than he did about an hour ago when he required a runner. It's obviously helped his condition not to have to run his runs. That's the way to do it if you can get away with it.
I'm sure, Glenn, that you would have had a run on some occasion. You would have some experience in what it's like.
Well, as a matter of fact, as an over from here in, means that the Pakistanis will get to around about 280. And that seems very feasible from this point. In fact, they may well be disappointed not to do better than that with all those wickets in hand. You lose wickets, though, you tend to lose momentum. So these two, ideally for Pakistan's cause, would like to continue. Ijaz Ahmed, his 35 from 48 balls. So that's quite a good run rate. Villa. Running very quickly, looking for 2, and Ijaz is sharp. He's coming back safely as well.
Well, the runs are certainly coming. The Indian fielder seems to be collapsing a little bit. They've been out there a long time, been under pressure, not moving in the ball, trying to put pressure. See if this one is turned off the pads. Should be probably only a single there. Taking time coming into the ball, giving the Pakistani the opportunity to run 2 after it.
Once again, just opening the blade and angling the ball wide of the fielder. This is good cricket from the Pakistanis.
Again, see that shot so often. One wonders why you play the balls with a straight full face of the bat just in front of them and pick up the same single. You see batsmen get out so often, even at test level. You see them playing a similar kind of shot and getting out with it. It's always better to give the ball the full face as far as I'm concerned.
This one a slow one, but over tossed. Comfortable single down to long off. The score now moving through to 210. No need to flourish at this stage. Just scoring in such a rapid rate. There's Ijaz, 38. Not out from 50 balls. Single this time, and the Indian field coming in quickly, showing good aggression.
Kravala, certainly the best bowler, certainly worked very hard, certainly give his captain a lot of support. He's bowled a good length and line. The batsmen really haven't taken advantage of it in 7 overs, 0.5 balls. 2 maidens pick up 1 wicket for 26 runs. Good bowling in this situation.
The single, so 6 from the 38th over, 211 for 2. will continue. He'll be bowling to Ijaz Ahmed. Coming into this contest, Ijaz a 50 and a 29, so he's showing good form. Looking to get back for a second if he can. It'll be very comfortable too. Look like leg byes. We'll just wait for the umpire, Katie Francis from Sri Lanka. It is leg byes. A number of the Pakistani batsmen coming in with reasonable form. Even Saeed Anwar, 17 and 36. At least he's had some time at the crease. He's certainly showing here in this game today. It's a good stop. A bit of indecision in the calling. They stay at home. Oh, there's a louder shout here. Yes, and he's given him LBW. He tried to dab it down. The ball was far too close to him, Ijaz Ahmed. And he's been given out LBW by KT Francis. And so at last the Indian strike. Pakistan 2-1-3 for 3.
Good breakthrough here for Pakistan. Good breakthrough here for India. And then the wicket of Ijaz Ahmed. Quicker one, pitched well up. Again, Ijaz looking to run it. Ball came straight off. That's out.
KT Francis 2-1-3 now for 3. Inzamam ul Haq, the new man at the crease. And 136 matches, almost a veteran at the age of 27. Averaging 36, it's a good average. Inzamam gets off the mark with that shot. Inzamam's scores so far in this competition are 30 and 22, and let's look at that dismissal again.
You can see the ball drifted into him, looking to run it, to hit him on the pads. You can see plumb in front. Middle and all. Certainly would have hit middle and leg.
Another single, and the Indians will be conscious of trying to keep Saeed Anwar away from the strike. Into the over, 2-1-5 for 3. There, the fans, Inzamam to the crease. Ijaz Ahmed having done a good job. His 39 coming from 55 balls. Kept the strike turning over nicely. So that man at the top of the order there, Saeed Anwar, able to dominate some of the strike. 141 from 121. And that's a slab. Now that's one of the very few real heave-hos that we've seen from Anwar.
Not a very good shot at in this situation. Certainly a big a swing across the ball. Not really watching the pitch of the ball. Just having a heave at it. And Pakistan cannot afford to lose another quick wicket to bring 2 new batsmen in at this stage.
Looking to reach for it. Might have just edged it, but it was so wide, almost could have been called one. He tried hard to get it. Still, if he got an edge to it, I guess he couldn't call it a wide.
Yes, this was the slower ball. You can see rather there rolling his fingers across the seam. Slower ball, didn't carry, but Anwar has certainly done a magnificent job, and I'm sure the captain would like him to stay there a little bit longer.
This time he puts it over mid-wicket. That's where he was looking to find the gap, and he's done so for 4. Tried off the first ball of the over. This time he does connect. Away for another boundary.
Well, they say if you swing often enough, sometimes you connect, as it did here. Swinging across, but this time with a straighter back, and picked it up into the open gap. But to bring 2 new batsmen in now will certainly give India a chance to get back on top. And I think that Pakistan should be looking to score at least somewhere in the region of 280 to 300 runs. Otherwise, they certainly would not have done justice to this far. And Inzamam ul Haq is certainly a good hitter of the ball, but he has to play himself in first.
And That's a fine shot, but a good half save. And will save 3 runs. They just get 1. So Dravid getting at least part of a hand on that one.
Anwar, he'll just be prepared now to throw his bat at everything. That one, a slash outside the off stump.
That typical walk across in front of the stumps and playing in very strongly into the onside. But technically, just watch the feet move early.
Very good.
The new batsman is established. It's always tempting because of the wickets in hand to say, well, if I get out, we've still got something left and it doesn't matter. If things go my way, we'll get it an even bigger total. And he's hit it strongly down the ground, long on able to come across and prevent the boundary, coming back for the second so that he can maintain the strike. But that's the difference between doing very, very well and doing remarkably well. If he could go on here, he could really get a big one. Almost 10 overs remaining.
Good stop. Again, straight drive, hit it very well. Kumble got done very late, through his hands.
Swing and a miss. Wide called. He's certainly trying to get after it, so there's no question about the fact that he was trying.
Again, having another swing outside the off stump. Not even near to the pitch of the ball. So far away from it is not in any way that he is going to really gain contact with that ball. That's just a wild slash. Player who's been in so long should be able to pick his singles, pick his gaps, and he's not running. He's got a runner for him, so he shouldn't be that tired.
Well, he could end up with 180 just by getting a runner ball if he gets half the number of balls to be bowled. And this one could be out, caught it long on. And our understanding is that it was dropped. It just couldn't quite pick it up. And it could have been palmed over for 6. So signalled 6, and Kumble not happy.
Yes, pitched up. It's very difficult to tell here, sitting down right under the stand here. But again, it's he just hit the top of his fingers like a goalkeeper and just pushed it into the boundary.
So Joshi got up there, tended to tip it over. It was a few metres in from the edge. Going again and really trying to hit this one for 6. And it has gone. Well, this man could end up with 200 the way that he's going, plus.
Certainly swinging across this one, but picking it up and certainly clearing the fence there. At this rate, Pakistan would probably be looking for over 300 runs if he continue in this mood.
Going again, this looks as though it's gone. Yes, it's gone. The fieldsman just watching it sail over the top of him over mid-wicket. So magnificent hitting here, throwing total caution to the wind, but finding the middle of the bat. Tremendous stuff.
3 balls, 3 sixes again, getting up under the ball, picking it up very sweetly and clearing the fence again. Lovely hit. 3 balls, 3 sixes.
Well, 20 off the over so far, ruining Kumble's figures. He's got to get it in the block hole. He didn't. It was a big full toss, and he's miscued it a bit by comparison. It still goes for 4, so 24 from the over, 246, 247 for 3.
A single to again get the dangerous Anwar on strike. 26 runs coming off Anil Kumble's last over. I doubt he's got that kind of a hammering in a long, long time.
And Saeed Anwar there, the highest score by any player in one international against India, and he's also well on course to break the highest score in a one-day international by any player against any country. I think that's held at the moment. Viv Richards of West Indies is holding that record.
This has been a masterful knock by Saeed Anwar. He's just kept going. There was a stage when he seemed dehydrated. He asked for a runner. He seemed to be losing his concentration.
Position at the moment, and with him still there is every likelihood that Pakistan is going to pass the 300 mark, and I think any score over 280 in a 50-over game takes a lot to score, especially when you're chasing. The batsman always under pressure, and the team which already has got the runs, they are there on the board, so the pressure is definitely at the moment on Indians. Saeed Anwar with those 5 sixes and 18 fours, 171 of 133 balls.
What a statistic that. Well, get a 200 here if he bats through the innings. The beauty about this innings from Anwar is that he's picked his spots at will. He's looked around the field, he's seen a gap, and he said, well, that's where I'm going to hit it. And nothing's gone wrong for him today. Everything's hit the middle of the bat. And this has to be one of the great innings in one-day cricket. This will be gone, and we might well have a run out here. Shahid Afridi might just be short of his crease, which means Saeed Anwar might be run out.
Although there's a big smile on Afridi's face, but this, we will see now what has happened, and Afridi, I think, has gone, and I think he's made it, and that no wonder he's got a big smile on his face. Shahid Afridi had no doubt in his mind that he has made it, and that's why he had that big smile on his face.
Yes, Mongia took a long time to get the bails off once he had the ball in his hand. Looked as if he came round the stumps to take the bails off. That just gave the time to Afridi to get the bat into the crease. We'll take another look.
Here we'll see brilliant pickup and throw. It's just that maybe Mongia should have stayed behind the stumps rather than taking the ball in front of the stumps, which gave Afridi enough time to make it in.
It's 250 for 3. For 3 Pakistan, and in a commanding position with 48 deliveries remaining. So even if they get a runner ball, they'll be close to 300. And it's out here for a catch behind. Tendulkar is up peeling. Mongia too. Katie Francis not interested.
Probably will hear a sound here, the bat hitting the ground as well. And Mongia, well, he had no doubt in his mind.
Well, the doubt was wrong. That was nowhere near the ball.
Well, Inzamam now trying to get into the act, realizing that only 8 overs left. They've still got 7 wickets in hand. And Sachin Tendulkar coming in to replace Anil Kumble, who got such mauling in his last over from Saeed Anwar. Big responsibility on Sachin's shoulders.
He's a part-time bowler and he's done a good job here. 5.5 overs for 29 runs so far.
Yes, in a tall scoring game, a part-time bowler, if he can come in and chip in with 6-7 overs and keep it under 5, that is good bowling. And that's exactly what Sachin is doing at the moment.
Oh, that's brilliant batting. Again picking his spot, just walking across the stumps so that he could get the placement right on the onside.
That was brilliant, there's no doubt about it. And one really wonders if Saeed Anwar has to have a pinch hitter along with him to bat, And we saw in the first two matches, in the first two innings, when Afridi was really hitting the ball very hard and picking up those runs very quickly, Saeed was just playing the second role. And here he is. Well on course to beat the record which at present is being held by Vivian Richards, another great cricketer. But what a marvellous innings by Saeed Anwar. Just 136 deliveries, 5 sixes and 19 fours. Magnificent performance.
It's amazing to be able to go on for that long and maintain that strike rate. There is a man at long on, so a single to end the over. 257 for 3. 7 runs scored by Pakistan. 176 of them have come from Saeed Anwar. That's quite incredible. Rubula will be to continue. He'll be bowling to Inzamam. Real problems here for Tendulkar. He would have never imagined he would have had to bowl so many overs. The only reason why he's bowling is he's bowled 6 overs is because Joshi has come in for some serious stick, as well as Anil Kumble. He gave 26 runs in his last over, and clearly actually he's a part-time bowler and he's done a good job here. 5.5 overs for 29 runs so far.
Yes, in a tall scoring game, a part-time bowler, if he can come in and chip in with 6-7 overs and keep it under 5, that is good bowling. And that's exactly what Sachin is doing at the moment.
Oh, that's brilliant batting. Again picking his spot, just walking across the stumps so that he could get the placement right on the onside.
That was brilliant, there's no doubt about it. And one really on the long on had no chance whatsoever of preventing that from crossing the boundary line.
Good thing about the shot was he was trying to hit it straight. There's a big gap there between long off, which is a little wide, and long on.
Well, Pakistan is certainly making sure that the toss that has been won by their captain, making use of this beautiful batting track, posting enough runs on the board for the bowlers, the weaker link of the Pakistani strength, the weaker link which is the bowling, giving them enough runs to defend. And that's exactly what Ramiz Raja had in his mind when he won the toss and elected to bat.
It's 268 for 3. 6 overs remaining. That's 36 balls remaining. As the
view, I think the best thing that has happened is that Saeed Anwar stayed there in the middle.
This could be a run out. No, Inzamam just getting back in time. He's looking to play a cheeky shot there. He's paddling it round the corner because fine legs up in the circle.
Because at one stage, one felt that he was getting tired and he may not be able to continue. And no ball from Sachin Tendulkar. That's something which the Indian captain or the Indian team cannot afford at this stage. Not only they are giving extra runs, but they're also giving extra deliveries. And with this man in form, with 177 to his name, you really don't want to give him extra deliveries.
And he blazes at that one, and that will beat Kumble on the offside. Another boundary to Saeed Anwar. He really has been dealing in boundaries here this evening.
And the remarkable thing about this innings is that every time he's piercing the field with beautifully timed shots, he's also finding the gaps. And very difficult to set a field to any batsman in such form.
Another no ball. And this is what India just cannot afford to do. It's not only Pakistan got 2 runs here, the Indians have to bowl another delivery.
Yeah, especially when a spinner bowling no balls, it's very annoying, and I'm sure Sachin is not happy with himself, but he has to be careful because obviously, as I mentioned earlier, Saeed Anwar in full flow, getting these extra deliveries, only helping the Pakistani cause. Well, the direct hit would have definitely got him out, but the throw was a bit wayward.
So really Pakistan now motoring along, 277 for 3, and Saeed Anwar approaching a big landmark in one-day cricket.
Yes, he's 4 runs short of Gary Kirsten's 188 in the last World Cup and 5 runs short of Vivian Richards. Highest ever in one international scored against England.
Well, and this knowledgeable crowd, they know it. It's 277 for 3. Pakistan having a good chance here of getting past the 300-run mark. Since Zamam is on strike. Kuruvilla to continue. That will get Saeed Anwar on strike. 184. 5 short of the highest score ever in one-day international cricket. 189 not out by Vivian Richards. He not only has a chance of breaking that record, but has a chance of becoming the first man to hit a double hundred in one-day cricket.
We've already seen in this Pepsi Independence Cup one brilliant mark of 150 plus by Jayasuriya against India in Mumbai, and this performance by Saeed Anwar certainly one of the best in one-day internationals.
This is in the air and safe. Going away to third man, just opening him out a bit, hitting the outside edge.
Well, Kuruvilla is still bowling a very good line and length, and here bowling in his last over, getting Saeed Anwar in a bit of a bother.
Nice view of the city of Madras in the night. Very, very hot conditions here. It's got a lot cooler now in the evening. Slight breeze blowing across the ground. That would suit the players. And he's had a go at that one and found the gap. He picked a spot there in Zamam.
Yes, the difference between Inzamam and Saeed Anwar's hitting the ball is that one is sheer brute force, which is this one, and Saeed Anwar is delicate timing. And Inzamam, once he gets hold of the ball, it travels very fast to the boundary line. And as we have seen there, once again picking the gap and hitting very hard.
Looks as if he was waiting for that slower one from Abhi Kuruvilla. Slowish off break. And he hit it with the spin. He's 24 not out now. This is hit straight back Kuruvilla and hit very, very hard. That crashed into the advertising hoardings.
That was really very, very hard. And both these batsmen scoring overrun a ball, they are going to give India a very difficult target to chase. And that ball passing Kuruvilla like a bullet.
Look at that body weight coming behind that shot. Where's this one going to go? He's edged that. Joshi is their third man, just a single.
Well, Pakistanis can afford to throw the bat. They know that they have got plenty of wickets with only 4 and a bit of overs remaining. 288, which is their highest total in one-day international against India. They've got that, and they've still got about 3-4 overs to go, and with 7 wickets in hand, I'm sure that both these batsmen are going to throw the bat and try and get as many runs as possible.
So 4-run shot of the highest score in one-day cricket side, and where he's on strike. The ball just slipping out of his hand. Going away to close to mid-on. Tendulkar picking up the ball.
Kuruvella, who had such a good first spell when he gave away only 18 or 19 runs, coming back in his second spell, got the mauling, both Saeed Anwar and Inzamam throwing the bat in his great.
And the crowd rise up to cheer him as one. Terrific innings from Saeed Anwar. 190 not out.
What a magnificent sight to see the crowd cheering him and him acknowledging. He knew it the moment he hit that ball. He knew it was going for 4 and knew that he's going to break the record of Vivian Richards. And the good thing to say is the crowd appreciating.
Which got another boundary here. He smashed that behind point in the air and again found the gap.
He's got a remarkable knack of finding these gaps, and there it is. He knew it the moment he hit the 4. He knew that he has achieved a huge landmark, and Inzamam ul Haq congratulating him there, and that is a magnificent performance.
And this has gone in the air. This will be a very good catch if he takes it. Yes, he has. An end of a superb innings from Saeed Anwar. Just getting the top edge there. Ball going away to short fine leg.
And I think that's Saurav Ganguly who has taken that magnificent catch, and in the process has probably hurt himself. And Jadeja congratulating Saeed Anwar. That was a nice gesture, nice touch there. Jadeja going up to Saeed Anwar and congratulating him. And it's a great innings coming to an end.
Yes, one of the all-time great innings in one-day cricket. What an ovation he's getting. He's put his team in a commanding position here. Shahid Afridi, who did most of the running for him, rightly giving him a hand. 297 for 4 Pakistan.
There it is, Saeed Anwar getting the top edge, and brilliant catch, there's no doubt about it, but I think he's badly hit because his head, when he fell, hit the ground, and one sincerely hopes that he hasn't done any serious damage.
Almost another run out there. Moin Khan coming in at the fall of Saeed Anwar's wicket. Batsman crossed over when that catch was taken. That's why Inzamam is on strike. So 47 overs gone. Pakistan 297 for 4. Really tells the story. Outstanding performance from Saeed Anwar. 194 in just 147 balls.
With still 3 overs to go, I think it's only proper that Moin Khan, what he's trying to do, trying to give Inzamam the strike, but I think in the process he has to make absolutely sure that there is a run. Pakistan at this stage doesn't really want to lose Inzamam as well, with 2 new batsmen into bat.
Down the track comes Moin, wide signal by the umpire. He's been sent out there ahead of Malik to get on with the scoring here. Still 17 balls remaining.
Competent right-hand batsman, and he has played cameo innings, and obviously I think with just about 3 overs to go, the Pakistani management thought that it's better to send him rather than Sunny Malik.
Can strike the ball, and he struck it well there. It's exactly what he's sent out there for. Finds the gap on the onside.
And Prasad still not getting the line and the length right. At this stage of the game, obviously no line and no length is right, because the batsman is the one which is playing the tune and totally controlling the game. Moin Khan stepping down. Such a good wicket with such an even bounce. All he had to do is make sure that he middled it, which he did, and that's what is the result.
Tried to play that fine on that occasion on the offside.
Pakistan has scored 300 with still 2.5 overs to go. And I think any run is a bonus now, and they do realize that whatever runs they have scored, India will have to go and get it, in spite of the fact that the Pakistani has got a very weak bowling lineup. It will still take quite a lot to get that score.
Right, Saeed Anwar really didn't allow any of the Indian bowlers, barring Kuruvilla early on, to settle into any sort of rhythm. Especially went after the spinners. Anil Joshi came and took some treatment from Anwar, as did Anil Kumble in his last over. And Inzamam's turn now to find the gap on the onside. So boundaries coming pretty freely here for Pakistan. They're on their way to a huge score.
Yes, and I think one of the things which Moin was trying to do was to get a run of the first ball and give Inzamam as much strike as possible, but in the process he himself managed to pick up a boundary earlier on, and there he is, Moin urging Inzamam. It's all written over their faces. They want to make sure that they get enough runs on the board to make it very difficult for the Indians.
And he's found the gap again. This is poor bowling by Prasad. He's again bowled a slow one. Inzamam has picked it and smashed it through mid-wicket. 311 for 4. 111 for 4 Pakistan. Still 12 balls remaining. Moin Khan on strike to Tendulkar. Oh, the man, that third man, overrunning the ball there. Allowing Moin Khan to come back for the second. This is sloppy cricket, real sloppy cricket from the Indians. They've ended up getting 4 here. This will not amuse the Indian captain. They've reached 315 now. India's highest ever score was 305, and that was against Pakistan. So if they need to win this game, they'll have to beat that. Bowling gave himself the room. Tendulkar fired it into the block hole. So Pakistan lose their 5th wicket. They've got 315 runs on the board.
And at this stage, certainly wickets not really important from Pakistan's point of view. They want to get as many runs as possible. Tendulkar, clever bowling there, pitching the ball right up into the block hole and off stumping, uprooted. Pakistan 315 for 5.
Mohammad Hussain comes out to the middle. Tendulkar continues. We saw him strike a few good blows in the game against Sri Lanka. And he's got off the mark straight away with a boundary. And again, a very casual effort there on the fence, Asif, to stop that ball.
Hussain being promoted with only an over and a half to go. They all have high regard for his batting. And the first delivery, Tendulkar bowling at him, getting 4 runs off it. And this is what he's been sent in for. And Pakistan is throwing their bat on everything. And I'm sure that it's still an over and a bit to go. A score of 330, which is very much, I think, one of the highest scores to get in the second innings and to win a game.
Doesn't matter how they come, all important at this stage. It's 321 for 5. Anil Kumble here bowling the final over of the innings for the Indians. 321 for 5. Pakistan, terrific performance there at the top. Saeed Anwar, 194. Just a single.
It's just a matter of seeing how many they end up with, because Indians by now have resigned to the fact that there is a huge score. They've already given those runs, and now it's for their batsmen to bring this Pepsi Independence Cup match in their favour. A very huge target, no doubt.
That's right. They'll need one of their top 3 players to go and blaze away and end up getting a score in excess of 150. It's India's only chance.
And if they do, Ravi, they'll deserve to win. There's no doubt about it. But it's a very tall order. Well, the batsman is trying everything, but I think with Inzamam at the other end, he's better off just trying to put some bat to the ball and get that single.
Get a single here as he plays it on the onside. That should get Inzamam on strike. Just 3 balls remaining. He's one of the players India would be looking for to play a major innings here.
The other thing interesting to see, Ravi, would be whether Tendulkar is going to get Saurav Ganguly as his partner, or whether he'll bring Jadeja, because he's another very good striker of the ball.
Just gets the room there.
Because both Tendulkar and Jadeja, I believe, in the opening partnership has got a tremendous record. And with this huge score, one feels that it's probably from both ends they would need to score quickly.
Gives him the charge, but straight to the fielder again. For a single here. Mongia misses the stumps. Another overthrow. So Inzamam comes back for 2. As leg bye signaled by the umpire. So the Pakistan innings coming to an end. 327 for 5. Ramiz Raja will be a very happy man, having won the toss here and decided to bat. Even he wouldn't have expected a score of this sort. But he'll have to thank this man at the top of the order. 194, the highest score in one-day cricket, coming in just 147 balls. Well, the Indian bowling doesn't make happy reading there. 9 overs for 63 for Prasad. Kuruvilla did a good job early on, but then got some hammering towards the end of the innings. 1 for 50. Joshi never settled into any sort of rhythm. In the end, Tendulkar had to end up bowling 9 overs. So this is the target for India, 328 runs from 50 overs. The highest score is 305, so they'll have to beat that to win this game. So as the players leave the field for the break, we'll be back at 8 o'clock.
And what an innings he's going to need to play here. A real spark is required. He's already scored 100 in this competition, 117 against New Zealand, 2 in his last innings against Sri Lanka. Got a real opportunity here. So Akib Javid. First ball. Well, good line and length, drawing a defensive shot from Sachin Tendulkar. Any width, I can imagine he'll be climbing into it. It's the Indians' answer to Afridi opening, although having said that, after we saw Saeed Anwar, and of course this man oozes class. different category to someone like Afridi. Afridi, a very fine all-rounder as a youngster, though. Bowls his quick leg breaks also. Once again, on the button.
A very hard task there for India. One of those, one can say, probably impossible tasks. But in cricket, you never know. A game of glorious uncertainty. This man is a good enough player if he gets going, and if India gets a good start, certainly can give this a bit of a shake. But it's certainly a tall order to ask of the Indian batsmen.
Well, that was on a goodish length. That's probably the reason why I let it go by. So the two close-in catches is the obvious one of the slip. But this man here at a short point is considered to be the other one. He's as deep as he's allowed to be, as long as he's stationary, not moving in. It's Salim Malik, and he is the second catcher. Well, that's got to be a wide. And called so. And India's score begins. Akeb Javed, 137 matches now. It's not inconsiderable considering he's only 24 years of age. Economy rate, not too bad either. We know that anything under 4s is very good indeed. He's just over 4. Some swing there, but once again, that's marginal, I would have thought. And the umpire did have a double take on it, but decided to let it go by.
Certainly Pakistan bowlers are not really under any great stress, but you can see the swing there. There's a bit of swing there for him, a bit of bounce. And Sachin Tendulkar has nothing to do with that one. He's got to be very careful. It's all right to chase a big total, but you've got to also make sure that you don't lose too many early wickets. Otherwise, you make your task even harder.
Swing and hammering it through extra cover. No need to run for that. That's gone. Mid-off's quite deep and got across quickly enough. But Sachin Tendulkar hit that one in the middle of the bat, 4 all the way.
Strain a bit, playing with the swing. Lovely shot. Good shot in any class of cricket. With the full face of the bat, hitting the field. And this ball just travelling into the boundary. India would need a lot of those early on in the innings if they're going to get near this Pakistan total.
So the end of the first one, a reasonable one for India, 5 without loss. On the field, we have Raza, young lad, fielding down at mid-off, right on the edge of the... He's coming in a little bit now to save the single. It's been a very good day so far for Saeed Anwar. He won't necessarily like the fact that he's not taking a full part in the game. By the same token, it's likely to draw quite a lot of comment, and a runner from a very early stage. He's obviously struggling, and to go through and get a record score. Well, it's under these hot conditions, not having to run between the wickets is a great advantage. Played a marvellous knock. One would not like to take any credit from him in that regard, but made easier by the fact that he had a run-up. That's very wide, and yet managed to get some bat on it, Ganguly.
Ganguly not taking full advantage. If he'd move his feet probably across to that one, he probably could have got 4 runs out of it. You can't afford to let the loose balls go by. When you're chasing a big target like this, you have to make sure that you put away those loose balls.
Tendulkar. Wow. Only won once in their last 39 one-day international, and Tendulkar has been dismissed cheaply. Well, it shows just how much is on this man's shoulders. Almost an unhealthy situation for a team. And that'll be 4. A tough drop. Really hammers it behind point. Even though there was some bounce there, the width was there, the pace to the ball, and it went away quickly.
Beautiful shot, short, wide, and right on top of it, playing a lovely square cut there. Ball flashing into the boundary. Again, see it, right on top of it, playing a beautiful shot, timing it very well.
The Indians have got to be a little careful that they don't be overwhelmed by this target. They've got to try and look at sections of overs and smaller targets. Tends to be overwhelming if you look at the end result before you've even started. Look at the first 15 overs, see if perhaps they can get to 90 or so in those 15, and then take it one stage at a time. And at the end of the day, if they've done it well enough, then who knows, they could get close or even win it. So around the wickets to the left-handed Ganguly. 9 for none. 9 for none. It strikes. Tendulkar goes. And the Pakistanis, are they pleased about that? Oh dear me. India couldn't have started more poorly. 9 for 1. Losing Tendulkar in the third over.
Certainly a tremendous blow to India, having to chase such a big total, trying to force the ball off the back foot, getting the outside edge, and a lovely catch, second slip there, and in there by Inzamam or Hat, who played so well.
9 for 1. Sometimes the loss of your key player can bring the best out in others. It'll need to today. 2 slips in now. That's wide and hammered away. Some almost anger in that shot, plunking it past point for 4.
Lovely shot there by Harjava. Played very well in the West Indies. One of Indian bright futures, bright young players for the future. Certainly got on top of that ball. Anything with width. See. Ball just diverted a little bit off the seam and not getting across. And it's a good catch there. Inzamam or Hat.
1.
Well, Inzamam is a left-handed thrower, although a right-handed batsman. Went away to his right. So one could say it's not his preferred side, perhaps.
Certainly a lot of weight now on these Indian batsmen. The large total, you never know this game of cricket. But I think that if I was out there, I would prefer to be in the Pakistani's position. With 327 on the tins, an awfully large score, and for India to lose their star batsman, who they probably had depended on so much, if there were any chance of reaching this total. Sachin Tendulkar.
Well, that's almost a double wide. I'm sure the batsman's looking to hammer width if they possibly can. But that was just so wide. Javed showing he's quite relaxed. Not a lot of pressure on him at all. That second catcher in close there. Wasim Raja just in close. Ramiz Raja. I think I said Wasim. Yeah, it's been a while since he played. Can he get in the air, but safe enough, but it should run away for 4. Good contest. Oh, well pulled in. So 17 for 1. There I can mention some of the higher scores and the totals in one-day internationals. In Sri Lanka 398 for 5 versus Kenya at Kandy in 95-6. Pakistan 371 for 9 versus Sri Lanka in Nairobi. That was 96-7. England 363 for 7 versus Pakistan, Fred Pritch 92. Yes, over the top. Oh, just wide of mid-on. That was a half chance. It'll just rush away or run away for 4. Taking a real chance there, but still has to be.
Dravid really not getting hold of that one. Was looking to play it square. I think the ball came on to him quicker than he expected and managed by only just getting it over the widest mid-on head.
That's a beautiful shot. Stands up very tall there and hammers it straight at cover. Couldn't find the gap.
Very good timer of the ball. Again, he's been right on top of it, playing the ball on the up, timing it. That only needed to be 2 feet to the left or to the right of the field, and that probably would have run into the boundary. But this is what India has to do. They start very well. 21 for 1.
Whipping that down, and it'll go for 4 too. It's one bounce. It was only a matter of 4 or 5 meters wide of long leg. But it went like a rocket, and he just had to watch it go by. Raced into the fence.
Another beautiful shot, allowing the ball to come into him with a flick of the wrist. Just turning the wrist over, swiveling inside it, giving it direction. Pakistan got to be a little bit careful. They can't hurt the things because they've scored 327. They've got to be still on the ball, still have to bowl tight. Can't get too complacent.
Obviously didn't fancy the length because of the width was there to hammer. And after those previous shots, one would have expected him to climb into that as well.
Again, that one was pitched, I think, a little further up. He certainly shaped as though he was going to hit it, realizing the ball was not there, and changed his mind wisely and allow it to go through.
Once again, fair bit of width there, and yes, Katie Francis deciding this time, perhaps because it was the second one in a row, similar sort of line. Mahmood just a little wayward.
The Pakistani opening attack certainly don't have to bowl like that. They really don't have to try to bowl that fast. With so many runs on the tin, the idea would be just bowl straight, let the Indian batsmen decide to take things into their hand. Let them make the mistakes.
That was closer, and no question about that being wider. No need. Just trying to fathom, though, the way that this man Dravid is thinking about approaching his game. Off the back foot, he hammered it into the covers, but off the front foot, maybe needs to be closer for him to attack it. Saw anything close to the pads, whipped away down the square behind the square on the onside. Uh, 13 from 2 overs from Mahmood, 26 for 1. 9 balls. He had 21 not out against New Zealand and then 61 against Sri Lanka, so he's in form. and showing some very fine shots already. And that man, Kumble, to follow. They really need something from him today. Ganguly, known as a stylish left-hander. 26 matches, averaging 31, 550s, no tons, and needs one today. Over the top, and just falling short of mid-on. He tried to hit it straight down the ground over the bowler's head, miscued. Hussain falling well short of him at mid-on.
He's not getting hold of that one. Good thing he probably didn't get hold of it the way he wanted to, otherwise it might have gone straight to mid-on. But when you're chasing a total of this magnitude, you certainly got to be very careful. You've got to forget about the total and just bat and let it come.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Freed his arms. That was flowing shot through the covers. And neither mid-off nor cover moved.
Another glorious shot there. Up. And playing again on the up. Through the open gap there. And certainly India is really attacking the ball. Very good start here. Good timing.
This one isn't going up in the air. Yes, it's a deep backward square. But one bounce and into the stand, so he hit it quite nicely. For a moment there, I thought he'd skied it. And that deep, long leg was fairly square. Made good ground towards it, but never really threatened.
I think we're in for a very good day's cricket again. Short into position. I think you're going to see a lot of this. Loose balls. Pakistan bowlers have really got to keep the ball up. They can't afford to bowl short of a length. The Indian batsmen looking to attack all the time. It's quite more easier to attack the ball that is short and to play the ones that are pitch up. Keep it up straight. Make them try to hit the ball in front of them in the V. As long as you're short, it gives them that opportunity to get inside the ball with all the fielders up.
So there is a leg slip there, Afridi, who's fielding at a very fine-ish leg slip as the second catcher, so an orthodox slip, and just down the leg side, the second catcher for Pakistan is Afridi there for the leg side tickle. The feet just not working perhaps as well as they might for the offside shot. The flow of the bat coming through on this occasion, reaching for it, and just closing the face and miscuing.
Certainly mustn't go mad. He mistimed that one. He went outside the line of the ball. Just trying to force it again. Pitch a little further up to him. I think you've got to rate yourself when you're chasing a target like this.
That's a top shot. He hits that one square. There seemed to be a little bit more foot movement this time. It was a better shot. The earlier one went in the air through the covers, through extra cover. But this one, between cover and square cover or point.
Certainly rated on this one a little bit more. And what a glorious shot. Everything in the right position. Pakistan bowlers are certainly getting knocked around here. Right on top of that one. Absolutely magnificent shot. And this is what the people come to see.
So 3 boundaries from this over to date. And Ganguly 13 balls for his 18. Very much a stand and deliver type of approach. That's more controlled, even though punched into the offside. 38 for 1. Maybe the only time that India gets ahead. 38 for 1 after 5 overs compared to the Pakistanis 26 for 1. That's some delightful strokes being played by this Indian pair. Good to see. Just missed out about there. It was half an appeal, going well down leg side.
when you're chasing a big target like this and things are going your way, you mustn't get too rash. You've got to really think about it. You're well ahead the run rate. There's no sense trying to attack to lose a wicket. Losing any wickets at this stage will certainly put India back. They're going extremely well. All they have to do is to consolidate, look for the singles in between.
So the offside field quite interesting. The two catches that are there, especially the gully, and this man down here is very deep indeed. The other one coming around to a silly mid-off position. But this is the man here who I feel is rather deeper than he ought to be. He's very close, in fact, to the 30-metre line. Supposed to be 15 metres from the bat in a stationary position. He's certainly stationary, but he looks to be only about 5 metres short of the circle. That man to the left of the screen. A nice shot too, but punished straight down to mid-off. Still the intention to put back to ball.
Pakistan captain there, moving his fielders around. He realised that this is a situation which you got to get hold of pretty quick. You got to nip it in the bud. Can't afford to let it get out of hand. And this fast outfield, beautiful batting wicket. 327 runs probably is not enough.
The man's come up from the fine leg inside the circle to allow the offside sweeper. And instead, just closes the face slightly, hits it just on the onside, punishingly down the ground for 4.
We've seen him play some magnificent shots on the offside. Now look at this shot, a beautiful shot. Ripping it through mid-on, and that ball wasn't that short. It just shows you the class of player. Put in beautiful position and a magnificent shot.
As we pan left, there's an offside sweeper out there, deep on the boundary. So the two outside the circle are the third man, who's in an orthodox position. The start here by the Indians, losing that early wicket of Tendulkar hasn't stemmed the flow. 42 for 1 from just 6 overs. So a really good start. Opportunity here for a change in commentary. Greg Chappell, and with him Bishan Singh Baker.
Thank you, Glenn, and really has been quite a punishing start. I think Sachin Tendulkar will be disappointed to have missed the picnic out there. It's a beautiful batting wicket. Ball coming onto the bat. Both these young Indian batsmen have shown great class. Ganguly on strike, 42 for 1, 6 overs gone. So the run rate's fine. They just can't afford to lose wickets. From the point of view of the Pakistanis, what they need to do is take wickets on a consistent basis. If they can do that, then I think they've still got to be well and truly favoured in this game.
Yes, the batting wicket. It's a batting wicket, no doubt, and despite losing Tendulkar's wicket, the two young Indian batsmen, Ganguly and Dravid, have taken up the cudgels in a very brave manner. That long road to cover this score of 327.
Jarvid bowling around the wicket, just trying to stem the flow. He's got to try and prevent the Indian batsmen from having too much room to free their arms and give it the full flow of the bat that we've seen them do so well. Afridi on the screen there. He did a lot of work today, not much for himself. A lot of running for Saeed Anwar. You know he's been out there. Saeed Anwar batted very well. I have to agree with Glenn Turner. It's a great advantage for him not to have to do any running in this heat.
Good running. It's very important that the Indian batsmen keep the strike rotating, and that would mean that right and left hand combination will cause some problems to the Pakistani bowlers, and they are not at full strength, mind you, minus Akram, Yunus and Mushtaq Ahmed. But this score itself, 327 for 5, should give them a considerable advantage.
There's going to be a lot of discussion, Bishan, in the next day or so just about the situation with runners in one-day games. I know we've had some discussion in the commentary box. If a bowler gets injured, he generally goes off and someone else finishes the bowling for him. But for a batsman to have a runner for as long as Anwar did today is certainly an advantage for the batting team. Leg by.
Well, this game has always been a batsman's game, really, but one-day cricket becomes more so, and in a situation that that was a ball pitched outside the leg stump, a very ambitious shout by Aqib, a leg by resulting for the Indians. Yes, one-day cricket is really a batsman's game.
That's true, and there's more runs here for the batting side. Fantastic batting conditions out here at Chennai today. The batsmen couldn't ask for any better conditions. There are a lot of bowlers going around the world who really feel very strongly that it's very much a batsman's game. Too much so it's a batsman's game. But you've got to admit we've seen some very exciting batting today. The stroke play of Anwar and the short amount of batting we've seen from these two young Indians so far today has been very, very exciting.
Yes, it was a very nice shot played off his legs. The fine leg was pulled in and he played over it.
Ties him down there, 48 for 1. 1,000 here at Chennai this evening to witness the run chase. Pretty good comparison for India after 7 overs, 48 for 1 compared with the 41 for 1. Both teams lost good players early. Probably the loss of Tendulkar greater for India. It's a bit high. Good shout, but going over the top. So another leg by to India.
Indians have got to ensure that they don't lose any more wickets in the first 15 overs and get close to the 100 mark, and then it's going to be a very exciting affair. 600 runs being scored in a day into 100 overs. Well, what more excitement does this crowd want? And I think this crowd deserves it today. They come here in very big, very large numbers. It's more than 50,000 to my mind. A lot of them squatting on the stairs, and look at that.
Well, they've had plenty of entertainment here this afternoon. 327 runs scored by Pakistan. Anish Raja won the toss this afternoon and elected to bat first on a magnificent batting wicket. I think they'll be pretty pleased with the total they got. I don't think they could have expected to get many more than that. If India can chase this and win the game, it'll take some magnificent batting. And it'll have to be at least one of these two young fellas to make a big score, probably both of them to get a fairly large score. If they both get 100, then India are going to be in with a real chance.
Yes, there are many ifs and buts in this match, and it's not over yet. Indians can console themselves by getting into a positive framework of mind and they got to stare the wicket to get the runs. Because I've never known any batsman getting 100 or 150 sitting in the dressing room.
And that's a fantastic shot again. What fantastic skill. Great timing, terrific balance, and the placement was just exquisite.
Yes, absolutely superb shot by Saurav Ganguly. And he found the gap and the diving fielder, but the ball racing to the boundary. 53 for 1.
I think the thing to watch here on the replay is the balance. To see how well balanced he is. That's what it's all about. Footwork's important. Getting the foot to the pitch of the ball and all of that can be important, but the important thing is balance. And as long as your weight is moving in the right direction, your head is over the ball, really can be a little bit lax, if that's the word, in getting the foot right to the pitch of the ball, particularly on a wicket like this where the bounce is true and the line is true, the ball's not deviating. And these two young men really do get themselves into a good position, have very, very good balance and poise. Nope, got to stop that single.
Saurav Ganguly is due for a big knock in this Pepsi Independence Cup, and perhaps this is the moment for him to show his true colors.
Ganguly and Dravid have had a lot of success in recent times. That's what Ganguly's done in the series so far. He's 62 against New Zealand. Dravid did very well in the West Indies. Slower ball, straight to the fieldsman. Goes aside against a run, and probably wisely so. There's no point to do anything stupid. A run out is the worst thing that can happen for them at the moment. Where Dravid performed well. No centuries for him in the West Indies, but a couple of good scores. 74 and the 30. Rain interrupted game at the Port of Spain. And that's a fantastic shot. The power he's been able to derive. Very good piece of fielding by the bowler. That could well have gone for 4, but generated great power.
Some people.
Let's hope not. So we're getting a change in bowling. Afridi will come into the attack. No, it's Saqlain, I'm sorry. Yep. Spinner. Try and change the pace. The Indian batsmen have enjoyed the ball coming onto the bat so far this evening. They've both given punishment to the opening bowlers. Akib Javid's 4 overs cost him 30. Mahmood's 4 overs cost him 24.
He's got the vital wicket of the Indian captain, Tendulkar. And now Saqlain Mushtaq, the best Pakistani spinner, gets a look in. It's a very good move by Ramesh Raja to put the brakes on these two young Indians. If Saqlain can succeed in containing them, well, he will have done a good job for his side.
Normally a very, very good bowler. Bowls well in all forms of cricket. Gets the ball to turn. Interesting to see whether he can get much turn from the pitch here. It really is a good batting wicket. See the gap at the outfielder at deep backward square legs. So only 8 overs gone. The restrictions still apply. Only the 2 fielders outside the circle allowed. Has to be 2 fielders in a catching position. So it's going to be very hard for Saqlain Mushtaq to bowl defensively. He's going to have to attack.
Well, he's got plenty of runs to bowl and bowl to an attacking field. A slip and perhaps a forward short leg. And get into that framework of mind where he can pick up a couple of wickets. one-day cricket is not all about containment, but if you are a positive thinker, you can think in terms of getting people out as well.
Ganguly will be facing. Attack going around the wicket. Quite a bit of time taken to get the field placings just right. Seemed to be a little bit of agitation out there. Denise Raja was just imploring a few of his fielders to listen and to keep an eye on him. Very noisy in the middle.
Good ball. And had Ganguly stretching forward. Full stretch, really.
Good morning, boy.
And if you look at it that way, it's a good ball and well played by Ganguly.
Lashes away very much in the fashion of Saeed Anwar earlier in the day. Hit a lot of balls very hard through that square offside position. Ganguly also very strong there. So with the right hand, the left hand batsman just causing a few more problems for Saqlain Mushtaq. Much harder for a bowler when he's got to be chopping and changing from over the wicket and around the wicket just to get the line right. And on such a good batting wicket, you've got very small margin for error.
Bit of spin there for Saqlain and going down the leg side. But there's definitely a little bit of spin. And he's got a slip there for his drifter. But this one turned pretty sharply. And off the pads, but the keeper didn't quite.
Oh, a little bit of bounce on this occasion too. Gets the thumb on the right hand.
That's a delivery which goes to the slips if you have a look, another look. And it's straightened slightly and bounced.
In the air, won't carry to mid-on. That's a pretty good over. 57 for 1. Harrison after 9 overs in favour of India. A long way to go though. Take a lot of good batting from here. So Javed changing ends, coming around to replace Mahmood. But Javed bowled 4 overs, took the wicket of Tendulkar at the cost of 30 runs in his first spell. It's been a tough day for the bowlers here.
Yes, a lot of bowlers gone for a lot of runs on this beautiful track at Chidabram Stadium. And look at this crowd enjoying every bit of it.
Really just picking up the line and hitting through it. No real cause for concern for the batsmen. The bowlers, the fast bowlers today have hardly been able to get the ball off the straight and narrow. So really it's a matter of picking up the line, getting into line as quickly as possible and hitting straight through it.
Yes, playing normal cricket and trying to find the gaps. There's no need to play too many shots in the air. But that is asking for disaster.
Quite a long run up for Javed. Slashing away through the offside again. No need to chase it.
That's another great blow by Saurav Ganguly. It's very sweetly timed. And he's assisted by the bowler. Pitching up to him, and the timing did the rest. Found the gap. And that is what one-day cricket and one-day wicket produces. Brilliant stroke play.
Well, that shot loses nothing in comparison with Saeed Anwar. His was a fantastic batting demonstration early in the day, but if Ganguly can keep going at this rate, he'll lose nothing in comparison. 33 runs from 26 balls, and a little bit of agitation there from the Pakistan captain.
Yes, Ramesh Raja looks a bit rattled, but it's too early to be too anxious in the innings. There's still a lot of work for the Pakistani bowlers.
Swing and a miss. He's not necessary to do that. The thing that they can't afford is to throw wickets away. It is a good batting wicket, good common sense, and as Bish said, good normal batting.
And that is the kind of shot Indians can do without. You've got to play according to the matter to the ball and not try anything silly. You've got to stick around, stay at the wicket. That should be the message given across to the Indian batsmen. Because 327 runs is quite a mighty score to chase.
I think Dravid may have been just telling him that as well. Down the wicket now, that's out. It's going to be caught deep at square points. Well, unfortunately, that was the sort of shot that India could have done without. It was a premeditated shot, jumping down the wicket to the fast bowler, trying to slash him away over the offside. He was aiming straighter. The ball slid off the thick outside edge and straight to deep point. There's a good field change there. He's brought about the wicket. (61 for 2). Comes out to replace Ganguly. So Cambley takes his place at the non-striker's end. The batsman crossed as the ball was in the air.
That's how Ganguly met his end. Anything in the air is 50-50. You might find a fielder there, you might not. And in this case, Ganguly was unlucky enough to find Saclane.
Dravid on strike. Looks this one away. Will it get through? Good save in the end. The 12th man out there to replace the injured Anwar. So again, Ganguly deciding to attack. Down the wicket he went. I'm sure he was aiming more towards extra cover. Trying to hit it a little bit straighter down the ground, but the ball sliding across him. Took it squarer. Some good camera work all round. A very good catch. So the second wicket falls. We're in the 10th over. 62 for 2 India. Huge target. 328 to win. They can't afford to make too many mistakes. They'll need everything going for them.
Vinod Kamble, if ever he wanted to make a permanent place in the Indian side, this was the moment.
.266 more runs required. That's a normal target, probably larger than a normal target. And that's a good start for Cambley. Won't go all the way. I'll have to run it. Settle for 2. 64 for 2. The Indian worm there, the white one, slightly on top of the yellow worm there for Pakistan. But have a look where the Pakistan worm finished up. 327 for 5. India have the target under control from the run rate at the moment. But they can't afford to keep losing wickets. Pakistan innings went slightly over time. There were so many runs scored, and the drink breaks were fairly lengthy. The fielders were finding it quite warm out in the middle, as were the batsmen. There wasn't much of a dinner break for the players and the umpires, but I must admit we had a fairly good dinner break up here. The Sheraton Park Hotel really looking after us here in Chennai. Apart from being one of the best hotels in the country, I've got to say the food has been excellent.
Come on, let's have him nice.
So just a little bit of time taken here as the field is being resettled for the left-hander. Cambley, very talented young player, hasn't been able to establish himself permanently at this stage. And as Bish said, a great opportunity for him to make a name for himself tonight.
India losing 2 wickets to pretty loose shots. First Indian captain and then Saurav Ganguly when he was looking in good nick. Now Kumble has to make some amends.
Oh, well bowled, dear. Lovely ball, Saki. No one can hit you, boy. Come on, let's have him
All of
now.
a sudden, there's just a little bit of a slowdown in proceedings. The momentum is well and truly with India there for a while. The introduction of Saqlain Mushtaq to the attack seemed to just slow things for a moment. His first over only costing 2 runs. And then, of course, he took the catch in the outfield to remove Ganguly. So the momentum has slowed. Rather frenetic pace early. Almost an air of anxiety out there in the field for Pakistan. There's a huge crowd here at the game tonight. Some of the traffic around the ground. The stadium in the background there. Lights shining. Enormous crowd. Something like 20,000 people outside the ground trying to get in at the start of play. Many of them would have been disappointed, but thanks to the television coverage, they'll all get a chance to see what should be a very exciting finish to this game. No doubt wherever you're watching the coverage, you'll be enjoying it. We've seen a fantastic batting performance from the Pakistanis, not least of all Anwar. And all of a sudden, despite the loss of Tendulkar, Ganguly and Dravid looked like they were going to take this right up to Pakistan. But all of a sudden, the wicket fell. The momentum has stalled. No need to panic from the Pakistan point of view. They've just got to keep taking wickets. This man could be one of their keys. I think he's a fine bowler. So coming to the end of the 11th over. Still a lot of cricket left. Can't force him away. 66 for 2. Pride of India and Pakistan fighting it out in the middle. In the commentary box, a couple of the champions from India and Pakistan of the past, Ravi Shastri and Asif Iqbal.
Thank you, Greg. I'll keep Javed here to continue. 5 overs for 37 runs. He's picked up 2 wickets. The Indians going along nicely, 66 for 2, going at 6 runs per over. And really, this is a very, very good batting pitch.
Yes, it is, and we have already seen some excellent batting from Pakistanis. They have posted a huge score, which has given their inexperienced bowling lineup every chance of defending it. India, after losing Tendulkar earlier on, that's a no ball. There's a first delivery from the square leg umpire. That's interesting. That's the square leg umpire who has signaled a no ball of the first delivery of Aqib Javed. And that is obviously because of not enough fielders being in the circle for the first 15 overs. Ramesh Raja making sure that it doesn't happen again and is having a word with the umpire. Coming back to India's innings after losing Sachin Tendulkar earlier on, both Ganguly and Dravid continued to play excellent shots, and they really made batting look very easy. They kept up with the run rate, and both the Pakistani pacemen got under attack, and at one stage one felt that although they are chasing a huge score, that they may cover a lot of ground in the first 15 overs. But Saurav Ganguly, I thought, was playing in such good form, unnecessarily threw his wicket.
Yes, there was no need for that shot, because the Indians would have learnt from seeing the Pakistanis batting that they paced their innings extremely well. It wasn't slogging at all. It was all good cricketing shots, playing the ball into the gaps, running hard, and then really pushing the pedal on the accelerator in the last 10 overs.
One must confess that when you are chasing a score like 327 in 50 overs, there's every possibility that you'll play some false shots. There's one. Vinod Kamble, without getting his foot across and not getting onto the pitch of the ball, just having a swing. And fortunately for him and for India, missing the ball completely. One can understand players playing shots and trying to get as many runs as possible in the first 15 overs, but both Ganguly and Dravid were doing it so successfully, there wasn't any need to play the ball in the air, in particularly when the fielder was posted for that particular shot.
Well, he's beaten him again there. Very tentative with his footwork here, Vinod Kamble. He will feel the pressure. He needs runs in this game.
He's beaten there by a good delivery. A slow one from Akeb. And ball moving off the seam. And Vinod opening the bat. And once again being beaten. India obviously under pressure. They need a good partnership. They can't afford to have regular wickets falling, because in spite of them at this stage scoring over 6 runs per over, those 2 wickets that they have lost has obviously put doubts in their batsmen's mind, and they can't afford to lose any further wickets.
There is a man there in the deep, Saklain Mushtaq. That's the problem when you're chasing a target of around 6.5 runs per over. If the fielding side bowls 2 or 3 good overs, the pressure suddenly starts showing on the batsman, and when that required rate starts going up over the 7-run mark, and the batsmen tend to feel they've got to take a few more risks, and that could cost them their wickets.
Yes, especially if that run rate you have to do for all the 40-50 overs that you're facing. It's all very well to say that the target is within reach, but it's only within reach if it's for a shorter period like 10 or 12 overs. But if you are chasing that score in 50 overs at that run rate, it's pretty difficult.
A loud shout here. We'll have to wait for the umpire signal, if there will be a signal. No signal from the umpire, so Dravid got some bat on that.
Yes, in fact, I think we'll see in the replay that Dravid got a fair bit of bat on it. You could hear the sound, and that was the reason the ball ricocheted onto his pads. And both Akeb and Moin Khan, who were vociferous in their appeal, realized that. Tension there in the crowd, although they're enjoying it, but surely they would very much want this Indian batting lineup to click. And as long as they get a good game, that's what they're here for. And I think that's what they have so far been watching.
Well, we've already got close to 400 runs in this game. Just over 60 overs, so that's terrific going. 70 for 2 India. Dravid on 23, Ganguly dismissed for 33 when he was looking really good, timing the ball well. Aqib Javed taking the 2 wickets for Pakistan. Saklain Mushtaq to continue.
And here's one bowler which I'm sure all the Indians will find difficult to get away, whereas the other lesser experienced bowlers in the form of Shahid Afridi and Mohammad Hussain, those are the 2 which Indians would look to score runs from.
He's a very good bowler, Saklain Mushtaq. Seems to improve with every game. And there, even on the surface, he's getting the ball to turn off the straight and bounce. And the good thing, Asif, I like about Saklain is his attitude. Even on a pitch like this, he's wanting to bowl in the first 15 overs. He's setting his fields, and captain would love to have someone like him in the side.
Yes, because normally in the first 15 overs, captains are a little bit reluctant to put the spinners on. But this young fellow there, very keen to come on to bowl as soon as possible, wants to put pressure on the batsman, and is doing a fine job there.
Well, that's nicely timed by Kamble. He's found the gap. This will go to the fence. That's his first boundary.
And a well-timed and a well-placed 1-2. that'll give him confidence because he's back in the side after a break, and he would very much like to be India's hero because he's got the chance. He's got, well, I thought he had a chance in Bombay too, where unfortunately it didn't come off. But here again, once again, playing that ball comfortably, placing it well, enough bounce in the pitch to give him the timing that he was looking for, and with the perfect placement that he had, he picked up his first boundary.
Yes, he's a good player of spin. He normally loves to come down the track. And he's punched it through the offside again. This is consecutive boundaries for Vinod Kamble.
That has definitely not only given him confidence, but it has given quite a lot for the crowd to cheer about. And Sachin trying to spin that ball, pitching it short, and giving him enough room, both width and the length, was short enough for Vinod Kamble to pick his second boundary. Moin Khan there a bit unhappy about the way things are going in the middle.
Yes, just looking at Sachin and telling him line. This is a good contest because Kamble doesn't mind coming down the track. Asking for the single here, he'll have to hurry. Throw not hitting the stumps. Ramiz Raja a little slow. Kamble making his ground.
Well, that was good aggressive running, and obviously by taking singles, he's going to put pressure on the bowler. There's Ramiz Raja picking up the ball, but the batsman was comfortably home. That was good cricket.
So Dravid gets a chance to come on strike. And he's troubled Dravid with this delivery that goes away from the right-hander. Top spinner. He gets bounced with it as well.
There it is. That's the one which is pitching about middle and off and then going away from the batsman. Dravid playing for the spin, getting an outside edge, but there was not enough pace in the ball to carry it to the slips. And Salim Malik telling Moin Khan that it didn't carry.
And he just seems to be playing for the turn, playing down the wrong line. It's 79 for 2. Then in the last 10 overs, with the wickets in hand, they can make a go of getting this target of 327. Huge target. Aqib Javed to continue.
And if they do get this target, I'm sure nobody in the crowd, nobody in the millions watching at home, and that'll include the Pakistanis watching in Pakistan as well, with big grudge, because that'll be a great victory, because chasing a target like this in limited over games is always very difficult. And I think although they have the manpower, they have specialist batsmen still to come, and they also know that in Shahid Afridi and Mohammad Hussain, there are two inexperienced bowlers still to come on to bowl. But I think Pakistan has got control of this match at this stage.
It's bowling to a packed offside field, just 3 men on the onside. It's pretty clear what line he's looking to bowl at Vinod Kamble, around middle and off stump. There's no fine leg, even the man is up at leg slip, you can call him. There's a man just in front of the umpire at square leg and a mid-on, so huge gaps on the onside.
And that's one of the reasons I couldn't understand why Saurav selected that shot of his, because Aqib had just taken that field and he placed a man there. With only 3 men on the onside, there is every possibility that in the 6 balls he's going to deliver, at least one of them is going to drift on his onside.
So far he's got his line right.
On the chance.
Yes, I'm sure he's bowling under strict instructions from Ramiz Raja, who must have told him that, look, this is the field you're going to get and this is the line you'll have to bowl. Something which we all felt in the commentary box that the Indians were unable to do so. They were bowling at both the sides of the wicket, and that always makes it very difficult for the fielding captain to set the field to that type of bowling.
To mid-on, single to Kumble. That'll get Dravid on strike. So he'll have to change his line now again, Akib Javed.
Yes, interestingly, he's doing the same thing. He's having only 3 on the onside, finally coming up in the circle and a packed offside field.
Could have been close had that been a direct hit.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see in the replay there. Dravid playing on the onside. This is the one Sachin Tendulkar got out to earlier on. A good catch there by Enzimama. I think it's more the bounce that really did Sachin. He was in a position to play, but he played a bit away from the body, and I think that bounce was really his downfall.
And that was a very important wicket for Pakistan. And he's found a gap to stand on the onside. We'll get a couple of runs here. It's 83 for 2. In fact, India ahead of Pakistan at this stage. Pakistan really kicked on in the middle stages of the innings thanks to Saeed Anwar batting right through the innings to make that world record score of 194. Because of him being there till the end, he didn't allow any of the bowlers to settle down. He kept the scoreboard ticking along.
And India certainly needs one of these two to stay there till the end and play a similar innings. Tall order, but after all, this is what they are there for, and no match is won or lost till the last run is scored or the last wicket is taken. So very much it's going to be an interesting game, which I'm sure everyone is going to enjoy.
And Indians should look at that statistic after 14 overs and feel that there still is a chance for them. That's the only way they can come close to that Pakistan score. Must have the self-belief. It's only the 2 players out there in the middle, also the batsman to follow, who's sitting in the dressing room. And Afridi for the first time. Looking to pull it away, Dravid not quite getting hold of it. Still managing to get a single. Bowls at a pretty brisk pace, Afridi.
Yes, and the ball there bouncing a little bit and hurrying on to Dravid, not giving him any time to middle the ball and to time the shot, in the end settling for a single.
Some adjustments in the field for the left-handed Kumble. Kind of packed onside field, just 4 on the offside, a slip, 3 men in the ring. Very enthusiastic cricketer, Afridi.
Yes, like Saqlain Mushtaq, he doesn't mind what situation of the game is and what sort of a wicket he's bowling on. He wants to get on as quickly as possible. And I think that's one of the things these youngsters have got. They are really totally committed. They want to be in the game, be it when they're batting or when they're bowling or even when they're fielding, which is a good sign.
Yes, he comes across as a player who always wants to make a contribution. In whichever sort of way. He missed out with the bat today. So I'm sure he'll be concentrating doubly hard now when he's bowling.
Yes, although he missed out on his batting, but he spent almost all the 50 overs running for Saeed Anwar.
Just a little slower in the air on that occasion. It's been a good over so far from him, just one run coming off it.
Yes, interestingly, Ravi, the 15th over, Anil Kumble bowled for India, and I think he only went away for a single run, or maybe it was a maiden, I'm not too sure.
And he goes over the top here. Again, not quite getting hold of it. And a couple of runs to end the over. It's 86 for 2. Stage. The Pakistani innings really taking off between the 35 and 45 over mark. Got 80 runs in that period. That was largely due to the fact that Saeed Anwar was on the rampage along with Ilzamam ul Haq. And now another bowling change. After 7 overs of Aqib Javed, Salim Malik being brought into the attack.
It's interesting also, Ravi, in the last 5 overs that the Indians bowled, they went for 50 runs. And I think at that stage, one felt that the Indians were just sort of wanting to finish off the 50 overs and then start their campaign of reaching that target, whatever it may have been. Salim Malik, useful bowler. He hasn't got very many wickets to show in the number of matches that he has played, but he's a part-time bowler, and for a part-time bowler to get 70 odd wickets is very useful, and he comes very handy whenever there is a problem with the regular bowlers.
Yes, his experience will come into play when he bowls on a surface like this. He's going to mix it up.
Yes, and I think that's one thing with Ramiz Raja is hoping that Salim Malik would fill in a few overs, because he has got a couple of inexperienced bowlers in the side, but for a target that his bowlers are defending, I'm sure that these 1s and 2s will not really bother him. It's the boundaries that he is interested in preventing, and Salim Malik is a useful bowler to do that.
So the required run rate, 6.95 at the moment. India would like to keep it around that 7 runs per over mark. Once it gets above that, then it can get out of control, especially when you got to achieve it over a long length of time.
Yes, that's absolutely right. It's all very well to say that it's within reach, but not for a period of 35 overs. If it's for just maybe 10 or 12 overs, one can say with wickets in hands, you can go for those runs. And those singles won't really bother Ramiz Raja, because that's what he would want Salim Malik to do, just concentrate on bowling a proper line in length and not give batsmen the boundaries. And at this stage, Ramiz Raja must be a quite satisfied captain.
Pulled away by Dravid and in the gap. He picked up the length quickly and found the fence at deep mid-wicket.
And that's exactly what Ramiz would want Ramiz to do. But on such a good surface, anything short, enough time for the batsman to rock back. And there it is, Dravid picking that ball very quickly and also picking the gap to get 4 runs.
Rahul Dravid rightly here not committing himself to Malik. Wanting the single sent back by Kamble.
That's the last thing they would want at this stage, because they can't afford to have run-outs now, because on a wicket like this, a run-out will be a pure suicide.
Just a single. It's 93 for 2. There you see the Indians going along with Pakistan at this stage of the innings. Look at that Pakistan worm towards the end of the innings, really taking off. 130 runs coming for them in the last 15 overs. Afridi will continue.
And I'm sure that the Indian bowlers must have felt that they are to be blamed for most of the time. They weren't really bowling to the line which the captain would have wanted.
To run hard here. That's the kind of running required. They must put pressure on the fielders, and Dravid seems to have hurt himself here. I think it's a cramp. And he's getting some treatment from Dr. Moin Khan.
Well, it's nice to see a fellow cricketer helping. But I think it would be better if the proper doctor goes out there and attend to him.
Let's go back. Gonna chase here for Malik. This time the Indians settle for one.
Identical shot, but this time the ball traveling a bit quicker, and Salim Malik, unlike Sakline Mushtaq, not waiting for the ball to come to him, but aggressive running by him. Approach to the ball was quick, and that prevented Rahul Dravid from taking the second.
Just having a chat here with his captain as to what field he should set for Vinod Kambli. He can afford to spread out the field now. The 15-over restriction is over. He'll look for two here, Vinod Kambli. And good running by the Indians. This is exactly what they have to do. Put the ball now in the gaps, run hard. Such a good pitch that there will always be the occasional boundary.
Yes, in spite of Rahul Dravid in that on the first delivery where he picked up those 2 runs, having a cramp, he's doing well by taking the first run quickly. Both these batsmen realize the importance of keeping the scoreboard moving. The first 4 deliveries producing 5 runs, and the required run rate is still just about 7.
Just varying his pace slightly, Afridi here. He normally pushes it through, but this occasion just giving the ball a little more air, normally playing for the turn. Ball just going through like a top spinner. And this one turns back into him. Good bowling by Afridi, 98 for 2. Pakistanis at this stage, 98 as compared to 91, though they've lost 1 extra wicket. I'll tell you more about it. There's going to be a change in the commentary box. It'll be Glenn Turner, and with him, Vishen Singh Bedi.
Thank you, Ravi. Yeah, so we have Salim Malik bowling his little autumn leaves. They just flutter down and don't really arrive.
Yeah, autumn leaves all right, because he's not been in the game at all, and this is the first time we are seeing him do something. And the ball is hit in the air, but straight to the fielder, long off. Just a single.
Now these are the hard yards for the Indians now. They're up with the rate, but all the work still has to be done. And that's not going to be easy. So we're going to keep it ticking over, pressurise the fielder. Decent sized stadium here, so there are opportunities for 2s. If you weight the ball to the boundary fielder, you can get back for a second and then hopefully put away the bad ball. Let's hope that these 2 could stay together for a while to keep this game alive. Now that's got to be a wide. Yes, it is. Even though he's bowling very slowly, the 100 comes up with the signal of that wide in 17.2 overs.
Salim Malik is not a bad bowler if he keeps a good line and length.
Yeah, well, you can't use the pace of the ball because there isn't any pace on it, so you have to put bat to ball.
That's right. You got to have a lot of punch in your strokes and to find the gaps to get Salim off bowling attack, but I think he'll bowl his 10 overs.
Oh dear, well, there it goes, and that's just wide at mid-on. Yes, it'll go for 4. So this time, over pitching. In fact, it looked like a full toss. And Anil Kumble putting it away.
Yes, that was a nice, slow, juicy full toss. Anil Kumble middling it nicely and found the gap as well. Deep mid wicket. 4 more to him and 4 more to India.
So notice with the super slow-mo there in that replay, there's just a little bit of leg spin on it. It's not going to turn too much unless it pitches.
Well, it won't turn. He doesn't turn the ball much. He just brings the ball in with the arm normally.
Yes, it was almost a delivery like we see Harris bowl for New Zealand. That's a quicker one and pulled away in the gap again. 4 more. So good over here for India. 109 for 2. Need just under 7s per over, which means if you get a boundary, an over, plus a couple of singles, or a 2 and a 1, it saves that getting 2. Once you get to a point where you need a couple of boundaries and over, it's really tough vision.
Yes, it is, but they've got to run their singles and 2s rather briskly.
So Afridi. This could be 1. They may look for 2, pressurising, but not able to get back.
It's Hussain doing the sweeper cover. Got a good arm. And we'll see him in action surely in a few minutes, or perhaps the next bowling change ought to be Hussain.
The field adjusting. Well, that's interesting. The onside now, mid-wicket's going back, so there's a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, and a long on. Well, that would have been unlucky if that had been a stumping. Moin Khan round very quickly.
It was just out.
Yes, well, Moin Khan coming round, although he took the ball in front of the stumps, it had struck the person of the batsman, so he's entitled to do that and execute a dismissal. Well, that quick flat one really does skid on quickly, enough bounce there to get it above the level of the stumps, but the batsman has to be very careful pulling, getting into the pull shot.
And the ball really came on pretty rapidly. And look how far the keeper goes to fetch it.
That's playing that shot, can't get it by though. And Kumble playing a useful little innings here, 28 from 35 balls. Been able to push it round fairly rapidly, but my understanding is that he needs a score here to secure his position.
Yes, definitely he needs a big one in this innings to re-establish himself.
Looking to pull it, just a single low down to long on. So 112 for 2. It's an excellent moment to go Kumble too, 29 from 36. So the Indians up with it. It's just an enormous target to chase. And it looks like a change in bowling.
As Muhammad was saying, and we were anticipating his coming into the attack, and the Pakistani captain has done well to bring him on early.
Well, the field is fairly orthodox. There's only 4 left inside the circle now. And there's a deep mid-wicket. Well, it turned and bounced.
Yes, it did too. And, well, Kumble didn't get his bat to it, but the keeper got it on his body. And he didn't quite get up with the ball, did he?
Oh, it hit him almost under the armpit. And that's a nice cheeky little sharp single. There's certain elements of Pervez Sajid, do you think, in this fellow Hussain? Just a little bit or not?
Well, I was about to say that he looks a lot like Pervez Sajid, who is now the general manager of PIA in Lahore.
Just as he gets to the crease, like a little skip and almost a stutter as he adjusts. Short strides anyway, just pedaling it. There could be 2 here, there should be. And there is. Just limping away. No, Dravid having problems with cramp earlier.
Perhaps Rahul could do with a runner too. A la the Pakistani opener who got a brilliant 190 odd.
Saeed Anwar. That runner early on. He's calling for water instead, I think. Floated up and really smacks it through, but needs to place it better than that. Can only the single to the offside sweeper. So 46 balls for his 43. So that's an excellent strike rate. If he can maintain that and bat through to 3 figures, anything's possible still in this game. That's a better line and length. 116 for 2. What a great crowd. The Mexican wave in full action. This ground holds 45,000. The feeling is that there's a lot more in than that tonight. Jam-packed. Afridi, 3 overs now for 11.
Almost single-handed drive there by Rahul Dravid. It was a half volley in asking for punishment.
Whipped away, but remembering that there's 3 fielders deep on the onside, giving away the single. Afridi tends to bowl that quick flatter one, which he drags down a little, and he is pullable through the onside, but he's prepared to give 1 run for that shot. Now the left-handed Kumble on strike. Long off, long on. Offside sweeper just in front of point.
Quite aggressive leg spinner, Afridi, and the way he rushes into ball, there is very little pause in his delivery stride.
Once again whipping it through the onside, but not able to get 2s, even though that went a good deal wide at the field. So we made it a formation where he's had them on the scoreboard signalling to him when it's over. Yes, so he's very sympathetic to the cause, and no doubt that's why he's contacted them out there. So there'll be a single from that final ball. 121 for 2. Just a little leg side, rather being missing out on the sweep.
That was quite a good ball, really, on the stumps.
Maybe the slash doesn't get it through, though. So those two behind point there, these two well behind for that slash or the dab to prevent the single. And this one's squarer, and it could be four. It's hit very crisply indeed. The offside sweeper can't get around. So the square slash coming off. Hussain not pleased. That's the 50 for Dravid from 53 balls. Come at a good time, but he'll have to go on, and he knows it. Oh, that looked premeditated. Just fixing it from just outside off stump. Around the corner, just another single, keeping it ticking over nicely.
Yes, the last boundary came in very timely. They need a 4 in every over and a few singles. And that's how that 4 was played beautifully on the gap, and the sweeper cover was far too out of reach.
Well, that turned a little. They'll take a leg by. In fact, they'll take an overthrow as well.
That's poor cricket. Very poor cricket. Nobody covering up.
So the interest in this game being kept there with this crowd senses it too. These sorts of games chasing large totals can die quickly. This one isn't. And that's a fine tickle. Could well go for 4 as well. And does. So a good over here for India. 132 for 2. Normally the captain, and it'll be very interesting to see if during the over they have mid-wicket conferences and that man Tendulkar starts running things. And I think if I was the opposition, I mightn't be happy.
Well, this is the first time I've seen a captain coming out as a runner, and he'll not only be running but issuing instructions to the batsmen as well. And this is going to be interesting.
Well, yes, the umpires could well be having a discussion about that. Maybe this is India's reaction to it.
It'll be very interesting if Rahul Dravid gets anywhere near Saeed Anwar's score, and Sachin Tendulkar should do a lot of running.
Comfortable single.
And then both Afridi and Tendulkar might want a pound of flesh if when it comes to the man of the match award.
Yes, well, you're looking a long way ahead there. I think it'll take some beating, 190 odd.
Yes.
Cheeky little dab. Still, they got that fairly well covered. More calmly. Fielder very fine indeed. As Afridi bowls quickly. So just hovering around the 7 mark required per over. It's a lot of runs required though, 195. Looking for the wide. And getting it.
Indians got a lot of wickets in hand, and there's still plenty of overs. So this 7 runs an over could be reduced.
And he still can't get it fine. Could be run out. No, he's almost committed himself too far down there. He couldn't believe that he hadn't got it fine enough to beat the fielder behind point. Well, at a fine third man, really. So just scampering out of his crease. Balls. Oh, missed out there. Really should have angled it to beat long off, and straight enough to beat the offside sweeper at point. Calmly missing out there. pressurising, hoping for a misfield. There isn't one.
Pakistani bowlers are bowling to the field. There seems to be a fielder for every shot that the Indians play. And it's good cricket thinking on the part of Ramesh Raja and his colleagues.
That really did take off. Once again, no run though, so just 3 from the over, 135 for 2. India still hanging in there and doing quite nicely at the moment. Changing commentary, Ravi Shastri with the Pacific Park.
Thank you, Glenn. This partnership continuing here for India. They're taking the fight to the Pakistanis. They can hang in there for another 10 or 15 overs. There could be pressure on the bowlers.
It certainly would be, because at this stage Pakistan were 15 runs behind with the same number of wickets gone. But as one can see, the runs are already on the board there for Pakistan, and that's the pressure which the Indian batsman has to face, because they have to get those runs.
Gotcha! Chipped it over the infield. Will get only a single. The important thing in this partnership is that both these batsmen have not had to take too many risks, and still runs are coming, so that should be a good sign for the Indians. If they can hang in there, keep their concentration going, stay in for another 10-15 overs, keep some wickets in hand for the last 10 overs, even 80 or 90 runs are possible then.
Yes, ideally India would like to see these two players take their score to around 230, 240 in the next 17 overs, and that's when the last 10 overs come. That's when this onslaught will be on. And with them, they've also got Sachin Tendulkar running for Rahul Dravid, and with the captain there, obviously there'll be enough meetings, enough discussions to calm down the nerves, to tell both these batsmen how important it is that these two should stay there and make sure that they utilize as many overs as possible.
Just some turn there for Hussain. From Pakistan's point of view, if they bowl 3 good overs here, that required run rate will go up from 7.29 to around the 8 run per over mark. Then the pressure will show on the Indian batsmen. That's when they'll have to take a lot more chances. Good over this for Pakistan, 136 for 2. From Hussain. We're approaching the halfway stage of the innings, and Sachin Tendulkar is leaving the field now. Obviously Rahul Dravid feeling that he feels a little better.
That's interesting, because obviously Rahul Dravid may have felt that the combination of him and Kumble. Good shot there from Kumble, wide of the fielder, but that was good fielding, restricting the batsman to only one. And obviously both these batsmen must have had a chat with Sachin, and Dravid is fit enough now to run for his own runs, and I think they are quite confident and content in continuing on the road.
It's hit uppishly. The ball was travelling quickly to that man at long on. A good piece of fielding by the big man in Zamam.
That was a very good piece of fielding, because not only that ball was travelling very fast, but also it was on his wrong side. And not only picked it up well, there it is. Hard, very hard hit by Dravid, and Inzamam picking it up and just conceding only a single.
Viewers might wonder why Asif Iqbal saying that's the wrong side of Inzamam. Bats right-handed but throws left-handed. This man who takes strike now does just the opposite of what Inzamam does. He bats left-handed, throws right-handed.
Doing a fine job for his country, both these batsmen.
Yeah!
I think the time has come where Indians need a few more boundaries. Pakistan will be happy giving these singles because the required run rate will keep climbing.
And this partnership, Ravi, has yielded about 80 runs in 15 overs, so that's good going. And as long as these two stay there, they will put Pakistani bowlers and fielders under pressure.
Oh, that's a bad misunderstanding, and that is very close. He's not asked for the third umpire, so umpire K.D. France is thinking that Rahul Dravid has made his ground comfortably. 25 overs gone, 141 for 2 to Kumble.
He's doing a good job for Pakistan. They're the last delivery. Brilliant piece of fielding there by Aqib Javed. Diving to his right and then throwing in the same action in Moin Khan. Taking that ball. But the batsman was well in.
Well, the Indian batsmen now, who are pretty well set, will have to rethink their strategy over the next 10 overs or so. Just want to up the scoring rate a bit. Get themselves into a position where they don't leave too many at the end to get in the last 15 overs. And just a single to Kumble again, using his feet and coming down the track to the spinner.
Yes, they do have Jadeja and Robin Singh, who's a good hard hitter of the ball, but still it'll be asking too much for them to come in the end. And if they were to score 10 and over, so a lot depends on this partnership. They'll have to get enough runs together to put India anywhere close to that target. This picking of ones and twos may not bother the Pakistani captain, but at the same time it helps the Indian cause because the scoreboard keeps on moving, and obviously the batsmen, both one left and one right-hander, also going to create problems for the bowlers.
Well, ideally for the Indians, they'll be looking for around 70 or 75 runs of the next 10 overs, because that will leave them again about 7 runs per over, 7.5 runs per over to get of the last 15. That is possible if you have wickets in hand.
That's right, they can't afford to lose wickets. That's a crucial thing. They have to make sure that they don't lose wicket.
It's another good over by Hussain. So Afridi here continuing for Pakistan. And the runs still coming in singles. So the Indians definitely needing some boundaries at this stage, especially in the next 7 or 8 overs, Asif.
Yes, something which the Pakistanis are doing well to restrict the Indians from scoring, because as I said earlier on, ones and twos, it's not really going to help the Indian cause, but at the same time, if they have wickets in hand and if they continue taking these ones and twos, the target is going to come down. And then obviously the Indians with wickets in hand can go for big hits towards the end.
He's mixing his pace here well, Afridi. Kind of bowler who likes to push it through. So the left-handed Kumble, one has noticed, he's just prepared to bowl delivery a little bit slower. He said earlier, very enthusiastic cricketer, this chap.
Yes, always wants to be in the action, and he is a very confident young man. He believes in himself. He wants to go out, open the innings for Pakistan. He wants to bowl even when the restriction of 15 overs is still there. But I suppose that's what makes good cricketers.
Kumble on strike again. And not quite getting the room to free his arms and blaze it away on the offside. Pakistan have had a last a good last 2 or 3 overs. They've restricted the Indian batsmen to just ones and twos. Shout here for leg before, but obviously hit him outside the line of the off stump. A little over optimistic there, Afridi. That's what the Indians need. 179 more runs. The required run rate creeping up all the time.
Yep.
And another good over this for Pakistan. 149 for 2. Pulling back the Indians here in the last 3 or 4 overs.
Yourself.
And again, the left arm spin of Hussain here, getting some turn out of the surface.
Yes, he certainly is bowling well. He's the most inexperienced of the Pakistani bowlers. He's just playing. This is his first international tour.
Come on.
And he certainly has done a good job for his country. India reaching 150 in the same over, in the 38th over, which the Pakistanis did. They also got their 150. So taking heart from there, certainly one can say that Pakistan is doing just, India is doing just as well as the Pakistanis did.
Misfield here, but they'll still settle for the single. It's a good opportunity here for Kumble to make a big score. It's a comeback for him into this Indian side. He's been out in the cold for the last 12 months or so.
Yes, and I think after missing out in the Mumbai match, where India needed him desperately to get a score, he looks full of determination. And in fact, both these two youngsters are doing a very good job for India at the moment.
Down the track, and can't get under it. This is good bowling by Hussain. He followed Vinod Kumble. Kept watching his legs. And well, just behind me in the commentary box is the Secretary of the Board of Control for Cricket in India, and one would say the new ICC boss in a month's time. And that should make the Indians very proud to have someone from their own country who will be at the helm. 153 for 2.
The Indians who are proud. I think we in Pakistan also feel just as proud to have a man who is going to take the helm next month, and I'm sure that we all are looking forward to see the globalization promise that he has made. And I'm sure not only he says things, but he's capable of doing it. He has done it in the past, and I'm sure he's going to do it again.
Well, there's so much of cricket being played these days all around the globe. There's not a month when you don't find a game taking place in some part of the world. There's a match on here today. There'll be a match on in England when the Ashes series takes off. And Afridi will continue for Pakistan. Dravid on strike.
Once again, Dravid picking a single, and that's something which Pakistan is not really going to worry too much about, because the game is well under control at the moment. But one has to remember that Pakistan at this stage were in a similar position. It's towards the end that batsmen really got loose. And India also has got batsmen in the form of Jadeja and Robin Singh who can play big shots. So it's not all over yet, but certainly the pressure is much more on Indians than it is on the Pakistanis.
Yes, it'll be important to see how the younger Pakistan, inexperienced Pakistan bowlers bowl at that stage of the innings. The Indians at certain stages were found wanting, and that's why Pakistan could get away with that score of 327. And now coming round the wicket and bowling that faster one straight away. Big difference in pace when he delivers that delivery. And that's 50 for Vinod Kumble. So he'll be a very happy man. He's been out of the Indian team for quite some time. Missed out in the game in Mumbai. He's got his opportunity here, and he's made a 50 in 64 balls.
in a very good 52. Both these youngsters doing a good job for India, and Vinod Kamble certainly is very happy man there. He has worked very hard. He has come back into this Indian side after missing out for the last couple of years, and there's the opportunity for him to reestablish himself.
And that should make him a lot more confident now. Asif, as a batsman, if you were out there in the middle, would you set a target around the 35th over to get, or 38th over?
I think I think their first target should be to get 200 runs and try and get them as quickly as possible without losing any further wickets. That should be the first target, and I think one gets the impression that that's what they are planning to do without losing any wicket. They're not taking any more risk. They're picking up their runs easily and comfortably. They are getting an odd boundary now and then, and I think if they have wickets in hand, they can do what Pakistan did in the last remaining overs.
This is again good cricket by Kamble. Nice placing. The good thing for the Indians is they don't have to take too many risks. They haven't taken too many risks, and yet they're scoring at around 6 runs per over.
Come on, Shahid!
And that is what keeping them in this game, because both these batsmen are playing very sensibly. They are picking the runs, and in fact at this stage of the game they are just as much in the game as the Pakistanis are. 162 for 2 off 29.
To fit all those names in, all former Indian captains in that little sheet. Must have done quite a bit of homework. Or must have been watching cricket, for all you know, when Lala Amarnath was captaining India.
There are some great names in there, starting from Lala Amarnath, and towards the end you can also see your name there, Ravi. And we all know that you did captain India, and that too against the might of West Indies, and won that test, and I think it was in Madras.
Partnership now worth 101 runs, as Hussain will continue for Pakistan. Rahul Dravid will be on strike for India. Only a single there. The batsmen must have had a chat with each other during the drinks break as to what strategy they'll adopt over the next 8 or 10 overs. You see that required run rate going up towards the 8 runs per over mark.
Once again, Ravi, I think it's the wickets which is going to play the crucial role towards the end.
Catch it!
He's hit this up in the air. It might not carry to that fielder long on.
Come on!
Just a single, didn't get hold of that calmly, but his intentions were pretty clear.
Yes, and I think there's no doubt about it that they do need boundaries, and Kamble, the intentions were there. He got in, but the ball bouncing a bit more and turning into him, which made the ball hitting at the top of the bat, and that's the reason he couldn't get it in the middle and couldn't clear the boundary.
It's important now that the Indians keep that required run rate under control. They need this partnership to carry on. It's fine if you have 8 runs per over to get and just 8 overs remaining. If you still have 7 wickets in hand or 8 wickets in hand, then the target is achievable.
Yes, then the batsmen have the freedom of throwing the bat around and going for the big shots, and they can have that liberty only when the wickets are in hand, and at the moment these two are there, and they certainly are making sure that the scoreboard keeps on moving. They're picking up the ones and the twos, and in between when they get a boundary, that's a bonus.
And they've kept their cool so far, worked the ball around in the gaps. Rahul Dravid, as ever, very consistent. By far the most improved Indian batsman over the last 12 months. another single to end the over. 167 for 2. There's Chaminda Vas, Vikramasinghe, all coming from the academy. So he's contributed a lot to cricket in this part of the world. And thanks mainly to MRF for that. So the Indians now needing 161 runs to win. Saqlain Mushtaq coming back into the attack, and now this could be a crucial period of play because he's still got 7 overs remaining.
Yes, and I think Pakistan is heavily relying on him to make sure that even if he doesn't get the break, by getting a wicket, they would certainly want him to put breaks on the free scoring Indians. The boundaries are not there, but yet they are still managing the ones and the twos, and with Saqlain being as accurate that he is, they would certainly want to put pressure on the Indians by stopping even those ones and twos.
Yes, he comes across as a bowler who consistently bowls to his field. Very rarely you'll see him being hit on both sides of the wicket. Bowls well for Pakistan. The death as well.
With 8 wickets in hand and the target coming down, one feels that 8 runs and over is not that difficult to get, but certainly it is. It's not all that easy, and I think those who are watching cricket both on television and here sitting at the stadium, they do realize that it's not as easy playing cricket from the dressing room or from the commentary box, but it certainly is if you have wickets in hand, and towards the end that target gets smaller and smaller.
Come on.
Rahul Dravid trying to improvise, playing the pedal shot, not getting the bat onto the ball properly, getting an edge, and the ball flying to short fine leg.
There you see again bowling a very good line. He's got 5 men on the onside, so he's attacking the off stump. He also has the ability to bowl this top spinner, the delivery that bounces a bit, leaves the right-hander. There again you saw Dravid was looking to play on the onside, closed the face of the plate a little too early. It's a very good delivery he has in his armory. And this is cut away. A long chase for Malik. And a good stop too. Just restricting the Indians to 2.
Yes, that was a good shot. The ball bounced a bit, but Rahul Dravid was well in control, and in the end Salim Malik did exceptionally well to prevent that ball from going to the boundary. Saved 2 runs for his team.
Just 4 runs of this over. And it will be 5. So 5 of that over, 172 for 2. Pakistan. Pulled away by Dravid. He's found the gap here. So good start to the over for the Indians. Short delivery from Hussain, and Dravid very quickly into position. Dispatch it over mid-wicket. So with this match now nicely poised, tell you more about it. It will be Greg Chappell and Garfield Sobers.
Thank you, Ravi. Really is at a delicate stage, this match. It's going to be decided in the next 10 overs. If these two can bat through the next 10 overs and not let the run rate get too much further away from them, I think India still have a big chance of winning this game. If Pakistan can pick up a couple of wickets, I think the game will basically be decided in their favour.
Nicely turned off the pad there. I think these batsmen are doing the right thing. Picking up the singles and waiting for the loose deliveries. There's plenty of loose deliveries going to come along. Once they stay there, a lot depend on the two of these. If they can just hold on and just continue in the way in which they're going on.
Run there. I think the other thing that's going to happen if these two can stay together, the pressure's going to build up on the Pakistan bowlers. And that's when the loose deliveries are going to start to come. 3 or 4 overs of 10 and 15 runs can make a huge dent in that run rate.
Catch it!
The fall of wickets is really the thing that's going to prevent India from winning the game. It's been a great partnership from these two. Partnership now up to 119.
So another good over hit.
Slashes it straight through the close infielder. The timing is brilliant. The placement not quite good enough to beat the outfield. But that's a good over for India. 182 for 2. .146 required. It's over the 8 mark. I don't think that's a wide. Yes, that was out of reach. Saeed has bowled very well. Been a good effort from him. 4 overs for 19 so far. Oh, well bowled. He really does bowl well in all sorts of cricket, this man.
Plenty of turn then, bounce. Good line. And the one that's really the danger ball is the one that goes straight on, which he disguised so well to fuffle lots of batsmen.
That's a wide again. David Orchard. There's no hesitation in signalling. So this is a pretty good start to this over. Only 1 legitimate delivery has been completed so far. So the pressure is already building. Saeed is a very good bowler. Normally has great control. And all of a sudden he's bowled 2 wide. So you can see the pressure building. Another single. So the run's coming steadily. The boundaries will take care of themselves.
They're doing a tremendous job here to chase 327 runs in itself is a psychological effect. For these players to play the way they're playing only show the concentration and the application that they have applied here today. They're really concentrating, they're batting well, and if they can just continue to pick up the singles, and when the loose balls come along, take full advantage of it. And don't lose any more wickets for the next 10 overs. India certainly can be right in this game.
We've witnessed some fantastic attacking cricket from both teams so far today. Some of the stroke play has been fantastic. Improvisation again. Oh, he's misfielded it. Spin has beaten him in the end. Ball was really humming when it went down to backward square leg. The spin that came from not only the ball that was delivered, but the way the shot was played really defeated the outfielder.
Certainly picked it up early, and oh, I think the bounce. He didn't judge that one too well. And to go down, a little bit of an awkward bounce, but a good boundary for the Indian team. And do a lot more of those.
Again, the ball going towards the outfield. This one should be able to be handled. Kept down to a single. It's been a good over so far for India. Ijaz, the fielder there.
Runs coming a lot easier. That's why these two players cannot afford to get out. A lot depend on these two players. Just have to keep their heads, play cool, and sure the runs will come.
There's a lot of responsibility on these two young fellas. They've had a reasonable amount of experience, particularly Cambley. He's played a lot of cricket at this level. They must surely understand that this match is in their hands. If India are to have any success today, then it's got to come from these two men. They can't rely on somebody else. It's a difficult situation. You've almost got to play as many shots as you can, but don't get out. 191 for 2. Edge of it. There's a few on the roof. A good start again, just a single. A lot of rushing around there in the field. Quite a well thought out field placing. Not too many gaps out there. Young man Afridi throwing himself around.
Players have always got to remember a good dive there. Throwing himself at the ball. And the batsmen that are in there, the ones that got to do the job. Don't depend on the ones that has to come in. That's what these players have to do.
Into the gap, but there's a man on the boundary. It was a very good shot of the Pakistan captain between deliveries there. A little bit of wishing going on, I think. He really would like to see a wicket fall here. He knows that the pressure's going to build on everybody, but particularly him. He's the one that's going to have to keep his players under control. He's got to work out who does the bowling when, where to put the field. There's a lot of pressure on the captain, the fielding captain, in this situation, even though they've got 327 runs on the board. If these two bat for very much longer, that pressure is going to come right home to him as captain of Pakistan. And whilst the cricket's been very exciting, it hasn't kept everyone awake. Down the wicket he goes. Still not going to get through to the boundary.
Good tactics there. The runs come in. Pakistan has got to tighten up. Can't afford to have all of these singles because they're still bowling that loose ball, which is bringing 4 runs. Anywhere 6, 7 runs and over. And these last few overs would be very good for India.
Whipping it away. Quite happy to take the singles. And if they can pick up 9 or 10 runs and over occasionally and keep it at 5 and 6 for the rest of the time, the run rate's not going to get away from them. 8 runs and over is not hard to get for a short period of time. It's very hard to sustain it over a long period. This time he goes for the big hit. Has he found the fieldsman in the outfield? He's taken it, and that's an important breakthrough. All of the Pakistan fielders rush to Ijaz. They know that that's a very good catch, and that was the wicket they needed. The 3rd wicket for India falls with a total at 195.
Well, that's certainly what India didn't want, to lose a wicket at this stage. Kumble coming down, tie down, looking for the big one, just lobbing it as far as the deep mid of it, and took a very good catch low down. And India now 100.
Finishes the over for Hussain, and a very important wicket fell in that over. Jadeja has come out to Jadeja. He's out there to replace Kamble. Another experienced player, averaging 33, which is pretty good in limited overs cricket, particularly coming in down the order. A best of 104, that was his 100. 14 50s. 81 innings, so 196 for 3 at the end of 34 overs. So the game has swung back in favour of Pakistan. The reason that Jadeja is out there is because Kamble fell.
Again, that's what happens when batsmen get tied down in situations like this. They get desperate, lose their concentration, decide to start to look to hit over the top. Didn't get right to the pitch of it, didn't time it well, and give that simple catch down to the deep mid wicket there. Now Jadeja, a useful player, but now he has to play himself in. This is one of the things about one-day cricket, when you have 2 men who is at the wicket, who is set. They're the ones should always try to do the job. Do not try to expose anyone else, because it means that they have to take time to play themselves in. I don't think that India could really afford to have the Pakistanis bowling a couple of maiden overs here. I think that they need an over like Anwar got. Hitting 3 6s and a 4. I think that's the kind of over that India needs now to get them right back into this game.
Salim Malik comes into the attack. He's already bowled 2 overs that cost him 18. Ramiz Raja swinging his bowlers around, mixing it up. This hit there from Dravid. Jadeja looking for 2, but they won't be able to get those. So the run rate will probably slow down again now while Jadeja takes his time to settle in. It's going to take him a little bit of time and effort just to get used to the pace of the pitch. What he'll probably be trying to do is to push the ball into the gaps as often as he can, get a single, get away from the strike, give Dravid the strike as much as he can until he has a chance to settle in and start to sight the ball well. Quite a good delivery there from Salim Malik. He mixes up his pace quite well.
And looking for the ball to turn. This one went straight on. And looks a little surprised. That's very, very good delivery there. Dravid has really got to start, put his head down again. Can't afford to get out in this situation. India can't afford to lose another quick wicket. Otherwise it will certainly force them further back behind.
So he cleans off the dust that umpire Dave Orchard puts on it, and we've got a much shinier ball, much whiter ball, and as Gary said, a harder ball. Easier to see for everybody. A direct hit will have him out. He's missed it, and I think Jadeja would have been in trouble there.
India can't afford to lose that kind of wicket. Can't afford to take chances like this. It would have been definitely out if it was a direct hit. Out by about nearly a foot there.
Slower ball again. He's got it fine. Can it get past the outfield? Long chase around. In the end, he gets there comfortably. So 2 more runs. Brings up the 200 for India. 200 for 3 in the 35th over. So we come down to the last 15 overs now. This game is there to be won. Dravid makes room for himself. Will only get 1. Every run important.
Salim Malik is a very experienced player. Good bowler. Takes the weight off the ball, ball good line and length. Type of bowler that you need in situations like this.
No run to finish. 201 for 3 at 35. Some 35 overs. Pakistan 197 for 2. India 201 for 3. So they're still running neck and neck. Well, Dravid is going to be the key to this game for India. If he can bat through the majority of these 15 overs, India are a chance. 127 more runs required. Dravid 87 not out in 93 balls. It's been a fantastic innings from him, an extremely talented young cricketer. Again, he makes room for himself. He's quite strong in that area.
Pakistan is quite contented to give him the single. The bowler, Jadeja. Jadeja just come in. He's got to play himself in. There's more chance of keeping him in check. He's got to take things easy. Can't afford to take too many risks. He's got to look for the singles and try and give Dravid the ball in.
Over the top again. Ijaz comfortable. No, he's dropped it. He got into position, let the ball get a bit low on him. Well, in an hour or so's time, we might have cause to reflect back on that catch in the outfield. Ijaz took a very good catch to get rid of Cambley. He made good ground. The ball seemed to just die on him at the end. He got to it but couldn't hold it.
I think he misjudged it there a little bit. He checked it, thought he was right under it, and the ball just dropped on him quickly.
Pushing run for Jadeja. Well, Ijaz was delighted with the catch he took earlier. I think Sagarfield's right. Misjudged it. He seemed to think that he was under it, and all of a sudden the ball died on him. He's smiling now. I wonder if he will be in an hour's time.
So break for India. You need breaks like that, particularly when you're chasing a total of this magnitude.
Again, goes hard straight at short mid-wicket. Unbelievable power in that shot. You've got to say that's a drop catch, but really Afridi was on the end of a bullet. Only young eyes would have caught up with that one.
He hit that one very, very hard. I think he did well to get a hand to it.
Up and over again, this time in the gap. Won't get through to the boundary. I'll come back for two. Quite an eventful over so far. This is Ijaz coming in earlier in the over, trying to take the catch. Just got a bit low on him. He got it on the end of the fingers. I think he thought he was in a better position than that. And this will go down fine. Will it get to the boundary? No, again, two more. So a pretty good over, a bit of good fortune. 209 for three. Dravid is a man really had some luck in the ball again. Nicks up, and we'll get back. Everyone needs to keep their calm. It's even getting a bit tense in the commentary box, Gary.
Yes, it will give Dravid a bit of a break. I think he needed that little spell there, because a lot depend on him.
So Malik, slower one. It's in the air. The fall straight into the hands of fine leg. He's taken the catch this time. So that's another breakthrough for Pakistan. The only good news you can say from the Indian point of view is it's not Dravid. 209 for four. Jadeja is out. Salim Malik has sucked him in.
Jadeja looking for the sweep, top edge it, and gave a simple catch there. Fielder getting under it again. He seemed to slightly misjudged it. Got it low down, and in there. 209 for four.
He's out to replace Jadeja. 209 for four in the 37th over. 20 matches, average of 22 with 150. Born in Trinidad and Tobago, playing for India. Robin Singh, good all-rounder. Powerful player. He's at the non-striker's end. Dravid was able to cross while the ball was in the air, so he's able to take strike now. Salim Malik in, just rolling the fingers over the ball. Quick single.
He batted very well against New Zealand in the low-scoring match when India was in trouble. Came in and got 53 runs, I think, in that innings. Again, Jadeja sweeping. Not a very good shot to play in the circumstances and given a simple catch. Robin Singh would be looking to play himself in.
Robin Singh gets away in the gap. Will he look for two? Turns, but not coming back. The total goes up to 211. 117 runs required. The over rate's not particularly high. There'll be a little bit of overtime. I think we might be here until past the bewitching hour. The big question is which team and which supporters will be the happiest at the end of the day. Still yet to be decided. There's a lot left in this game. Dravid goes down the ground. 212 for four. As the action continues in the middle, we'll have a change in the commentary box. Glenn Turner will join Bishan Singh Bedi.
Thank you, Greg. Hussain to continue. Good width there. Beautiful piece of fielding. That would have been four all the way. They got through for a single. Inzamam making a good save. Welcome back, Bish.
Thank you, GT, and this is a good shot. Nicely played. But in Zamam, the whole lot of him too quite cautiously, eyes on the ball, and stopped it nicely.
So Robin Singh now down on strike. Looking to sweep fine. Can't get past. Oh, hello. You don't jump in the air when the ball comes back, because if you're off the ground and hits the stumps, you're out. So a bit of self-protection there. A bit risky. They're looking for two this time. They'll have to hurry though. Powerful throw, but not an accurate one. So the sort of pressure running that's needed now. The run rate's getting closer all the time to nines. And it's all very well to have wickets in hand.
But it's a good throw, slightly wild, but Robin is a brilliant runner between the wickets. He's probably the fastest.
It's always going to be tough chasing this number of runs, but the fact of the matter is wickets in hand are ideal. But if you allow it to get too high, the run rate, then you lose the odd wicket. The newcomer that comes in to be expected to keep it up to nines is almost an impossibility. They're ticking away, and some real urgency appearing now with the batsmen, realising that they really have to make the play now. Dravid having done a great job. 9.2, so it's hopped over the 9 very quickly from 8.6 about an over ago. Looking to pull it, can't get it past though. Mid-wicket's gone back to the circle edge. Saves it, 216 for 4.
Some people...
Oh, it really did come up steeply. With Inzamam coming in at the end and swatting the ball away effectively, as well as Saeed Anwar going, so you had it really going from both ends. So 9.38. Rather nearing his century. Well, he looked as though he was going to launch that one, leapt down the wicket and then just checked his shot and punched it down for a single to long on.
Rahul Dravid is playing very intelligent cricket. If only somebody could stick around with him at the other end, the climax, we're heading for a very, very good climax.
Yes, Eddie!
Well, the Pakistanis encouraging each other in the field there. Hussain doing the fielding. And the Indians having done very well to keep it alive this long. Going for the big one, over mid-wicket. Is it 6 or out at 6? Robin Singh accepting the challenge there. There needs some lusty blows now, and he's prepared to do it.
Yes, Robin Singh has got the guts and he's got the strength to go for the big ones, and this is the one which he picked it up early, and there she goes into the crowd. So very well earned 6.
And pushing nicely for a single. This proving to be a good over. So there we go, 9 from this over. Seems like a good over. They've got 10, and that's only a point over what they need. In fact, they're going back to the second. So that's 11, needing 9.2. Good over for them. 227 for 4. They're up India's sleeve. And what about Joshi?
Yes, Sunil Joshi can talk a bit, and he's a left-hander, which means he can cause a few problems to Hussain and Afridi towards the close of the overs.
It's handy to have so many left-handers in your side, and having that good mix, it makes it more difficult to bowl. Now Afridi coming back. It's just getting closer, coming back after that 11 off the over to closer to 9s required. Afridi's bowled 8 overs. He has none for 37. Oh dear, misfield, a costly one here. Could cost them a couple. No, just getting through for 2.
That's the kind of luck India requires, and the Pakistanis seem to be crumbling under the pressure, the fielders especially. And look at the way the ball goes through the legs.
Yeah, that was bad technique. This time he gets it, but you've got to get something behind it. And he tended to be a little bit upright, and the ball kept lowish and went through him. So, sounded like a no ball. Wait for a signal. Someone in the crowd must have called it.
Quite possible.
I certainly heard it in my earphones. So there's a change in the field here. 95. Dravid goes to another man coming into the offside. That's leaving his 3 on the onside, all on the boundary edge. Coughing it up, going over extra cover. Will it find the fielder? No, it's perfectly placed. In fact, it goes for 4. That's a great shot. That takes him through to 99. And what a top shot.
That's a terrific blow by Rahul Dravid, who found the gap between extra cover and mid-off. And this is how he went for it. Timed it beautifully. And she's troubling. And
so 2, 3, 4 for 4. Robinson clipping it off his toes. There'll be 2 comfortable runs here. They're widespread on the onside, only 3 of them, and they're all very deep now. They're reluctant to come in too far off the edge of the boundary. Nothing worse than to get the ball landing between you and the boundary edge. And yet by doing that, they're allowing 2 runs. Now mid-wickets come out, or should I say there's another player come from the offside into a short mid-wicket. Full toss, he seemed to change his mind and ended up just taking a single, Robin Singh. So the crowd now getting excited with the fact that Dravid is on 99.
if he gets his 100, it'll be very well deserved 100.
Dravid on 99. And just pushing this, controlling it down to mid-on, and that's been a fine innings from Dravid off 107 balls. But the job's not over yet. For India to win, he has to go on and really strike it. But he's obviously elated with his efforts today.
Yes, the job is not over yet. Rahul Dravid has to see the 50 overs along with Robin Singh.
Just waiting that ball. They could look for 2, but no, deciding just to amble through, and that is Dravid's first century in limited overs, one-day internationals.
Well, he's broken the barrier, and we should see some more.
Clips this, has he placed it? Yes, he has. Oh, clogging it. Risky stuff, but no option, having to run at full pace. Ijaz. So Dravid standing up and punishing it through mid-wicket, but the boundary long out there, giving the boundary fielders time to get around.
Tension mounting in the Pakistan camp now.
Oh, just 9.1 overs remaining. We're going to be here until after midnight. Who cares? As long as we can continue this entertainment, I'm sure the crowd won't mind being late home. It's in the air, but it's going to be safe and it's fine. Should be a couple, and there is. No ball called as well. So that rubs salt into the wound. Salim Malik as well, bowling his little medium paces, overstepping.
I'd like to see Ramesh Raja's reaction to that.
Easy single. So 41 gone, 244 for 4. 84 more runs needed. 54 balls remaining. So that's 9 overs. The thing is, the 6 wickets in hand, although it's very difficult indeed for batsmen to come in at this stage. So these two need to take it closer yet. They're in, they're judging things well. The boundary needs to be found at least once an over, if not twice.
Dravid is a local lad. Looking for a corporate office locally, but plays for Bangalore.
So the crowd very excited indeed, as well they might be. They've certainly been entertained tonight. In fact, 27. Field just sorting itself out, and in fact, Seclane making the refinements. Just the 4 inside the circle. A deep mid-wicket, long on, long off. Offside sweeper as well, and real pressure here. There it is, none for 27 from 5. It's a matter of interest, I suppose, although almost insignificant. The focus now is on those 2 scores. 244 for 4, chasing 327.
Got to play straight and not indulge in any kind of airy-fairy shots like the one Rahul just tried. Klein is a good bowler.
You can try to get it square. They've got a lap man in the orthodox position behind, and mid-wicket fairly square.
Come on!
Well, there's only one man saving the single in front on the onside, just picked him out. And so 2 dot balls. The pressure mounts. Try to hit it in the air. He does so between the 2 fielders, but not firm enough to part them for 4. So just a single. So that's just 1 from 3 balls. Over to you, Robin Singh.
And Robin is the one to accept the challenge very gleefully. Very magnificent temperament.
You've had a bit to do with him, Bish, I understand.
Well, he was studying here, and at this time when I was able to talk him into having Indian citizenship, and that's how he's playing for the country.
So just having a look, he's got to take a mental picture of where the fielders are, particularly the boundary fielders, so if he gets the ball in the right place, he knows where to hit it. He must have at least 2 boundary options in his mind, minimum. Bounced high, and they managed to sneak through for a single.
That turned and bounced, and there's a lot of tweak. And look where he negotiates the ball, but manages to keep it down just for a single.
Well, the left and right-handers largely been out there throughout this contest when India's been batting. Takes time for the field to readjust. So playing back to over the wicket to Dravid. Oh, there, that just went straight through. He was expecting it to turn back on him.
That's Glen's main strength, and he tends to overdo it. To see how there's an overspin in it, and it goes straight. Even the keeper was found napping.
Having an almighty heave at it, gets a single, so just 3 from the over. 2:47 for 4.
The Energy Bar, Cadbury's 5-star.
Time being taken out there between overs. Okay. And by slowing it down, they can think more clearly, and of course it breaks the rhythm of the batting side, particularly if they're going well. Right up in the block hole, that's a good ball, and it's out. Straight to mid-wicket, who's standing on the edge of the circle. Well, he couldn't have picked it up better if he'd tried. So that's a very unfortunate dismissal there for Dravid after a very fine hand indeed. Off the middle of the bat, just whacking it straight to mid-wicket. He's gone. 2:47 for 5. He can put bat to ball as well. Has no time to line it up because they have to go from both ends. This is the dismissal.
Yeah, it happened so quickly, and he played a shot towards mid-wicket, but it was upish. Went straight to Afridi. Look at the relief on the Pakistani captain. Well, yeah, Shahid is the bowler. He strikes with the first ball, and Pakistan, the pendulum swings back in favour of the Pakistan team.
Yes, very much so. In fact, I thought he got it further in the block hole, and it would have been more difficult to actually get it in the air. But somehow he scooped it up, hit it firmly, and straight to Afridi. And that's right in there, dipping too. There could be just a bit of reverse swing here with this ball, appearing to just dip in quite late.
JT, what is this reverse swing? Could you please elaborate? I've been struggling to tell my trainees.
Well, it just does the opposite to what you expect. You hold it for an outswinger and it ducks back in. It goes against the shiny side. Or should I say the dull side. Loud appeal. Going down the leg side.
According to Alec Batsa, the greatest of the swing bowlers is either an outswinger or an in-swinger.
Yeah, well, they managed to get a rough enough side on the ball these days where it gets to a point, generally at least after 30 overs, where it does the opposite to what one would expect as far as the theory is concerned. Quite confusing, isn't it, really? Just a half shout, but he must have got an inside nick on it. We'll wait for the umpire. He did so.
It's a good spell by Akeem. Got a wicket off his first delivery, and he's bowling a very good line up to the batsman, not giving any room.
So this is the second over in a row where they've almost brought scoring to a halt, and they've taken that very important wicket of Dravid. Around the wickets, and Robin Singh will just have to be content with a single, but he will get the strike. Now one ball remaining.
Akib has cut down on his run-up, and he's far more in control of his line and length and direction, and he's bowling with a lot of aggression.
Well, he's getting it in the block hole, that's the main thing. Even though there's extra pace on it, if he gave any width, he'd be smashable, but he's getting it right in there. And there it is again. The best they can achieve is a single. So 250 now has just come up for 5. Chasing 327, not really good enough. New batsman in, Nyan Mongia. Difficult for him to get after it. Time for changing commentary. Greg Chappell within Pacific Park.
Thank you, Glenn.
Really is a big ask for India from here.
Come on!
Shouldn't get through, and it doesn't, although he knocks it away. They'll look for two, but Robin Singh decides he's not interested. So in the 44th over, still 77 runs required for victory. I've got to say that if you had a choice between which camp you'd be in at the moment, I think, Asif, I'd like to be in Pakistan's.
Yes, I think the moment Pakistan posted that score of 327, I'm sure that the Pakistani camp was quite comfortable, because they knew that it's a huge target, in spite of the fact that they didn't have experience in their bowling lineup, yet the batsmen had posted sufficient score on the scoreboard to defend, and the bowlers definitely made sure that a top edge from Robin Singh picking up 4 runs, and I think that's the right thing, because Man Mongia, who has just joined Robin Singh, he has to give him as much strike as possible, because he's definitely one person. There he is, going for the big shot, getting a top edge and just beating that inside fielder. In fact, it was Ramesh Raja, and picking up 4 runs.
Well, if India's going to go down, they've got to go down fighting. There's no point just whimpering out. Robin Singh's got to take the chance. The odds very much in favour of Pakistan now. It'll take an enormous effort from somebody, and I'm afraid they won't get the runs required from just normal cricket now.
Yes, they still need 73 runs off 39 balls. It's a huge task. And definitely, if at all, if there is going to be any chance for India to get those runs, it has to be a big innings from Robin Singh. Overthrows there, giving another run to the Indian score. And although India is quite content, or Pakistan is quite content to give this 1s and 2s, but I'm sure that in the end, as it happened in the Pakistan innings, in the last 5 overs, they scored 50 runs, and that was from some huge shots from Inzamam ul Haq and Saeed Anwar, and that's what is required from these 2 Indian batsmen.
You've got to give the credit to the Pakistan batsmen for the way they played, Saeed Anwar in particular. I think the questions have got to be asked about some of the Indian bowling. There wasn't a lot of heart and fight in some of it. A few of the bowlers gave in rather meekly to some good batting and some aggressive batting.
And what is amazing, Greg, is that any individual to score 190 in a 50-over game, it is remarkable. I mean, he alone has scored almost 4 runs and over, and there are times when the whole team struggles to get that. And I think that itself is a remarkable feat.
Yes, an incredible performance. From the block hole again, just a single. India won't get home with singles from this stage. 259 for 5. Pakistan with 268 for 3. India 259 for 5. So slightly behind on the run rate in the run comparison, and a couple of wickets further down. So the game slowly but surely slipping away from India here. Somebody somewhere is going to have to do something.
Aqib Javed has been replaced by Shahid Afridi once again.
Should fall safe. The ball's in the air. They'll go back for 2. So some good lusty hitting and a little bit of luck will have to be seen here for the remaining overs.
Yes, and Man Mongia certainly trying his best, and one would have thought that he would try and give Robin Singh as much strike as possible, because we all know that Robin Singh is a good hitter.
If he's going to hit anybody, I think Shahid Afridi might be one of the few bowlers that he can get to. I don't think Saqlain Mushtaq is going to give him very much to get after.
Yes, that's true, and I think the other thing which Ramesh Raja must have in his mind is that he's still got 2 overs from Aqib Javed remaining, and probably Shahid Afridi is going to bowl just one over, and they have to make as much use of it as possible.
Robin Singh is on strike. 4 balls remaining in the over. You really think he's got to get somewhere around about 20 runs from those. It won't come that way. Well bowled.
Yes, certainly it's not going to come that way, and I think at this stage, with not many overs to go, and if you are just trying to pick up ones, it's not going to help the cause, and that's exactly what Robin Singh was trying to do. And to be fair to Shahid Afridi, I think he did deceive him.
This time he goes for the swing in the gap, and it's gone for 4. So the crowd rise to their feet. There's still a bit of life out there, and while there's life, there's hope.
And certainly as long as this man is there playing his shots and connecting them as well, India will think that there is a possibility of them getting closer to that Pakistani target of 327.
Well, it's almost 2 runs a ball they need. Sounds a lot easier that way.
Come on,
1
Saeed.
from that delivery. 5 from the last 2. Still not quite enough. 44.5 overs. 267 for 5. 61 runs required from 31 balls. So the best way to keep a guide from here is around about 2 runs and over, 2 runs a ball required. Mongia goes in the air again. He's found the gap. That's 4. That's a good hit. 271 for 5. Just over 11 runs and over. That sounds pretty tough, but 2 runs a ball sounds a lot easier. That's the way India have got to think at this stage. They've got to try and reduce the equation to the lowest common denominator and the simplest equation for them to achieve. 2 runs a ball's not that hard, but you've got to hit the ball in the right place. Singles are not good enough, obviously. That hasn't gone in the gap. They'll still manage to get 1. He's called for the replay, but surely not.
Yes, I think Nan Mongia has probably made it comfortably, but since there is the facility of there's the replay, and yes, it seems almost certain that Nan Mongia has got in. But since there is that facility, I think it's always helpful for the umpire to get the assistance from the third umpire. A huge cheer from the crowd, a cheer of relief as that light came on. And certainly when the Pakistanis were batting, almost similar situation, but they had lost 2 wickets less, and they did manage to get 50 runs of the last over. India has in them got 1 player, which is Robin Singh in the middle, who's capable of hitting big shots, and he'll have to come good. And Nan Mongia will probably have to try and pick up runs, as well as give Robin Singh as much strike as possible.
It may even be easier for Nan Mongia. It's at least hitting with the spin. If in fact Plain bowls him one that turns to the leg. Goes for the big swing. It's a miss. So 1 run from the first 2 balls of the over. Still 2 runs a ball required.
Yes, and I'm sure that the Pakistanis are aware of it, and no other bowler in Pakistan team, in the present Pakistan team, is better equipped to prevent that from happening than the boy who's bowling at the moment.
Makes room for himself. Still can't get it past the field. The umpire won't even bother to call for the replay on this occasion.
And once again, Suckline making sure that he doesn't disappear somewhere deep into the field, where it would be easier for the batsman to pick up the 2s. Only 2 runs so far of the 3 deliveries. The run required run rate has gone up to over 12 per over, and as long as they're still there, obviously there is hope, and if they can manage 2 good overs, then one can see them getting closer.
We've had an incredible day of entertainment and stroke play. 95.3 overs have been bowled and 600 runs have been scored in the day. So tremendous entertainment for the many thousands here and the millions of people watching this from all around the world. So we've had a terrifically exciting day. Is it going to be a nail-biter right down to the finish? We've got to say that Pakistan have all the cards at the moment. Will one of these players be able to break through, though, and just break this game open, bring this crowd to life? There's just a calm has come over the crowd here in the stadium. Chittenham Stadium here in Chennai. Swing and a miss again. So things not working out for India. Another good over from Saqlain Mushtaq. He really is a clever bowler.
Yes, he is. I think it's important that this young player who has just started his international career picked up his 100 one-day international wicket in just his 51st game. I think he has gained so much confidence, not only himself but also of his teammates and especially his captain, that he has allowed him to bowl these overs in the dying moments.
It's a wide one. Gets it into the outfield. Can they come back for two? They're trying to come back, going to the bowler's end. That's got to be close. He's called for the replay, but I think it's going to find him short. The Pakistan players are confident. Robin Singh may find that he hasn't quite made it.
Yes, in fact, the way Robin Singh, there it is, his way shot, not even in the frame, and yes, he is out, and that is a big blow for India, because Robin Singh was one player on whom they were hoping to play those big shots. 275 for 6.
Comes out to replace Robin Singh. 275 for 6. 46 overs gone. Akib Javed comes back into the attack from around the wicket. He's bowling to Joshi. Pushes it into the gap. Doesn't go for the run. Now they might get a single. There's another shot. This time he hits the stumps, but the ball rebounds to Akib Javed. So perhaps a little bit of unnecessary firing of the ball around by Pakistan, but they've got some runs to play with.
Yes, I think that's, once again, I would attribute that to inexperience, because Pakistan is well in control of this game, and there's unnecessary throwing and overthrows. They don't need to do that. They have got this game well under control. India 276 for 6 with 52 runs more required of 23 balls. It'll be a Herculean effort.
Down he goes, straight to the field again. Captain has a shot this time. I think he'll be feeling a lot more relaxed than he was maybe half an hour to an hour ago. It was always going to be a huge task for India. 327 is quite a mammoth total, no matter how good the batting conditions are. You can't make many mistakes. When India lost the early wicket of Sachin Tendulkar, there was a little bit of apprehension around the ground. No, he sends him back. He's in trouble, but he can't pick it up. All he had to do was pick it up and underarm the ball into the stumps, and it would have been another run out. But really, at this stage, wickets aren't that important for Pakistan.
I think India were badly let down today by the experienced bowlers, and the two most experienced, one Prasad and the other one Anil Kumble. And I think the game went away from India when Saeed Anwar had that huge over against Anil Kumble. He picked up something like 24-26 runs, and then from then on, in the last 10 overs, they got in the region of about 100 runs. And I think from then onwards, it was a matter of just waiting for the 50 overs to finish and see what target Pakistan was going to set, and then India was going to go about reaching the target. But unfortunately for them, they lost the prize wicket of Sachin Tendulkar earlier on to a very good catch in the slips by Inzamam ul-Haq. They had a very good partnership between Saurav Ganguly and Dravid, both playing positive cricket, playing some very good shots. And then we saw Ganguly getting out to an unnecessary shot caught in the deep when he was playing so well. Both him and Dravid actually had India ahead of Pakistan at run rate at that stage. But as you mentioned earlier, Greggy, that it's obviously chasing a target of 327, which means 6.5 runs throughout the innings is never going to be easy. But we did see some brilliant batting, first from Saeed Anwar and then another 100 from Dravid.
Ball's in the air. The wicketkeeper should take a comfortable catch here. 279 for 7 now. Really, the writing is on the wall.
Yes, and Aqib Javed once again enjoying his stint against the Indian batsman. He has been having tremendous success there. There's a slower delivery, and Sunil Joshi just swinging the bat. It was a nothing shot, and in the end, Moin Khan gratefully accepting that opportunity. 279 for 7, India after 47.
Comes to the wicket. Oh, what a good delivery. Ball bouncing, turning. Saqlain Mushtaq really too good.
In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see that he may have got a outside edge to it, because the way Moin Khan was trying to grab that ball, one got the impression that here is the earlier wicket in the last over. Aqib Javed picking up the wicket of Sunil Joshi, his 4th in the innings. He's bowled 9 overs, given away 52 runs and picked up 4 wickets.
Saqlain again. Even now, they're not taking the singles. The realisation has set in for everybody, including the players, the Indian players, that the task is pretty hopeless. Nyan Mongia just admonishing himself for not being alert enough then. Should have been backing up. Swings across the line. The ball's disappearing down to short, fine leg. Possibly a leg by, and yes it is.
And that will certainly not worry the Pakistanis, because at this stage they know for sure that this task is beyond the remaining Indian batsmen. 48 runs off 15 deliveries. Certainly the Pakistanis must be quite happy with the situation.
Another single thrown at the wicket-keeper's end. 281 for 7. That in itself is a pretty good score under most conditions. 281. Unfortunately, as Asif pointed out, the Indian bowlers let down their team today, really allowed Pakistan too many easy runs. Down he comes, it's in the air, it's a steepling ball, the bowler gets under it, he doesn't really want it. He takes it though. That's a well-earned wicket. Saqlain Mushtaq has bowled particularly well. In fact, I think he's been the pick of the bowlers. When things looked like they were going India's way, he was the one that was able to come on and pull it back.
And here, Anil Kumble trying to pick him and hit him out of the boundary, getting it at the bottom of the bat, and Saqlain Mushtaq waiting for quite some time before the ball actually dropping into his safe hands. Delighted with that wicket, first in the innings. India 281.
First ball of the over. Sorry, the last ball of the over. First ball since the fall of the last wicket. 281 for 8. .281 for 8. 2 overs remaining. Aqib Javed. Slashing outside off stump. This one will go through. Third man coming around. Trying to come back for 2. No, they don't want it. A little bit of indecision there, virtually avoiding the run out by not going. I'm quite happy with things. Villa, big man, around about 6'5". He gets his first run. Mongia not out 16. Swings and underneath edges it down the ground for one. Not much point taking any more. They're not going to get there. You need some lusty hitting, a fair bit of luck.
Yes, and I think they do realize that it's almost impossible to get that remaining runs in the remaining balls that they had to face. The good thing is it was some exceptional good batting display that we saw today, and I think certainly the Pakistanis, aided by some loose bowling from the Indians, although one must point out that it was ideal conditions to bat, and I'm sure that Sachin Tendulkar would have loved to win the toss and elect to bat, but the Pakistanis did that. Ramesh Raja won the toss, elected to bat, and his batsman certainly made him proud. That's what he was hoping for. In fact, I'm sure that he would have settled for a score of about 280 to 290, but as it at the moment they did manage to get 284 with about an over and a half to go, so a score of about 300 was par for this wicket, and his batsman managed to get more than that, thanks largely to that brilliant innings of Saeed Anwar.
Ramesh Raja. Ball's in the air again, mid-off coming in, he's under it, should be a comfortable catch. He's taken it, 284 for 9. Saying the fielder down there, congratulated by Malik. Kuravilla is out.
And in the process, Aqib Javed picking up his 5-wicket haul. That's his 5th wicket, and I'm sure he's got a liking to this Indian batting. He has been quite successful against India, and that's his 5th wicket. India 284 for 9.
284 for 9. Slash through the offside. Everything's really quietened down now here at the stadium. Quite a few people have left, obviously realising some time ago that the cause for India was lost. Prasad has come to the crease to join Mongia. Aqib Javed, what a series he's had. 11 wickets, 2 lots of 5. 5 against Sri Lanka, which will stand him in good stead for the final series coming up. And what a final series it should be. 2 form sides. Sri Lanka probably the best one-day team in world cricket in recent times. Pakistan, I think, pretty well up there with them. Some of the most exciting young cricketers in the world. Up and over mid-on this time. It'll go to the boundary, but too little too late. 290 for 9.
Of the Pepsi Independent Cup to meet Sri Lanka.
Down comes Prasad. Well, it's mathematically impossible. Even the great Sir Garfield Sobers would find it hard to win it from here. So Saqlain, who's bowled so well, just the 1 wicket, but his contribution's been far greater than that. Again, it's in the air, the keeper wants it, and that'll bring the innings to an end. Mongia takes a comfortable catch, and the result that we've known for the last half an hour or more is finally confirmed. India are bowled out for 292. Pakistan with their magnificent 327 for 5. I don't think it'll be too hard for the man of the match adjudicator to work out that Saeed Anwar has played the innings of the series, possibly the innings of his life, to lead Pakistan to the win here that takes them to the final of the Pepsi Independence Cup. Away, Ramesh Raja, Ijaz Ahmed and Inzamam Al-Haq, but really the story of the day was the innings by Saeed Anwar that led Pakistan to their magnificent score of 327 for 5. The Indian bowlers struggled throughout. Perfect batting conditions, very hot conditions. You've got to expect that the bowlers are going to struggle under those conditions, but it was a struggle. Prasad copped some stick Kuruvilla bowled well early. Kumble, Joshi, Singh and Tendulkar were all used. 2 wickets to Tendulkar, 1 to Singh, 1 each to Kumble and Kuruvilla. But really it was hard work for the Indian bowlers. India in reply lost their captain early. Tendulkar was out, well caught by Inzamam at first slip from Akib Javed for 4. Ganguly, Dravid and Kamble tried very hard. Robin Singh and Mongia towards the end, but really it was a lost cause by then. Ganguly, Dravid and Kamble, as I say, gave them a foundation, but the 327 was too many. The bowling by Pakistan was intelligent. Akib Javed again picking up 5 wickets. Saklain Mushtaq bowled beautifully, 9.2 overs, 2 for 46. But all of the Pakistan bowlers did their job. They were well supported in the field, some good captaincy, and all in all, a better team won.